In this series, I will teach you how to make a Find the Markers game in Roblox. You don't have to use markers, you can use anything. Some of you may have realised that this is an updated version of an older series on the channel. That series is a few years old now, and we still receive a large number of comments on it to this day. There are some drawbacks to the old series. One is that the code is very poor. A lot of it was designed to not be optimised, but be very simple and basic, just for absolute beginners to understand, which means that obviously it has the drawbacks that it's not very optimised. This series we're going to look at improving the optimisation, but still keeping it simple for beginners. 2, we have been made aware that the marker data doesn't load properly. We have been fixing this by adding comments to old videos. But of course, a series that's a few years old, it's hard to get that across to everyone. So we're going to make sure that everything works in this series. We have actually created this project and tested it out ourselves already. It's now just the case that we need to record it and show you guys how to create it. And number 3, it doesn't actually talk about creating markers using models. All the markers in the old series are using parts, and when you use models, the code is slightly different. So we're going to go over parts, models, the whole lot. With this in mind, we're rolling this series out as an updated version. For those of you that are new, we release a new video every 4 days on our channel. So consider subscribing and turning on notifications so you never miss a tutorial. The series will be based on the existing Find the Markers game on Roblox. I'll leave that game linked in the description of every video in the series. You can also see an overview of the game now. The series will consist of 7 episodes. The project setup. This will be about setting up the projects, creating the map and spawns, etc. The data setup, which will be about creating the data for the game. Episode 3 will be collecting markers, which is about making collectible markers. Then we'll do saving data, which is saving and loading the player's progress. Episode 5 will be the index, creating an index GUI that shows the player which markers they've found. Episode 6 will be about badges, which is a new thing that we didn't do in the last series, which will be about giving a badge to the player each time they collect a marker. And episode 7 will be the conclusion, just wrapping the series up. Now, these episodes are subject to change. Of course, we've already made the project like I mentioned earlier, but if while I'm recording these videos I think of something new or something that I would change, the list of episodes I've just mentioned may differ slightly. But that is the rough idea I've got at the minute. To get started, head to Roblox Studio and click Create New Experience. This opens up a new project. Now go to File, Save to Roblox. Here you can initialize the basic info for the project. We will be using the Next Gen Studio preview for this series. For more information on this, please check out my video on this preview. I will leave it linked in the description. To enable it, go to File, Beta Settings. Scroll down until you find Next Gen Studio Preview. And enable it, and hit save. You'll then be prompted to restart Roblox Studio. Do so, and then you will have the same layout as me. Now we also need to enable the Explorer, the Properties, and the Output windows, as these we are going to be using very frequently. So go to Home and enable the Explorer and Properties. Go to Script and enable the Output. I'll also clear the output using this little sweeping symbol. This will clear it, makes it nice and clean. Now let's create the map. Everyone's maps will be different, so I'm going to create a very quick map design. So I'm going to add a part in. Here we go, so I've got a 50 by 50. This is going to be the spawn locations. So I'll make this blue. I'll rename it to spawn base plate. Now to this base plate, I'll add a spawn location, and I'll quickly just add a time lapse of me putting down a bunch of spawn locations just here. I'm going to put them in a little grid shape just to make them look nice and maybe a checkered shape. So I'll remove the decal. And what I'll do now is select all of this, including the spawn base plate. And because I've sort of made a pattern anyway, I don't really need the spawn base plate. So I'll select all the spawn locations, right click, and group this as a model. And I'll rename this to spawn locations. And I'll drag this into the workspace. I'll then delete the spawn base plate and drag these spawn locations down, just so that they collide with the base plate here. Now I'm going to create 9 small sections. Okay, so I've made 8 sections here. We've got a green, a light blue, an orange, a dark blue, a yellow, a pink, a brownish colour, and a red here. So I'm just going to rename these parts to the appropriate names. So this will be red base. This one will be pink base. Okay, and now that we've got these bases, I'm going to delete the actual base plate. So now we're in a void here. and I will select absolutely everything, including the spawn locations, and I'm going to group it all as a model, and I will rename this model to base plate. So now we've got the base plate, we've got the spawn locations, and all the base for the map. I'm also then going to add invisible walls that stop the player running off the end of the map. But before I do that, click on the base plate model and hit the anchor button. This will make sure absolutely everything is anchored, so nothing falls into the void. Now let's add the invisible walls which stop the player running off into the void. So to do this, I'll add in a part and just drag it right up to the edge of the base plate here. And I'll just position it so it's like this, just off the outside on the edges. And I'm going to scale it along, and then I'm going to scale it up a bunch. And we'll just keep doing this until we've covered the entire area. So I'll get back to you once I've done that. Okay, so I've got all the walls done here. So what I can do is select them all, make sure they're anchored, set the transparency to 1 so they're invisible. I will group this as a model as well and rename this to walls. And then I can put this into the base plate as well. Because again, it's all part of the map design. You could all just group this into a model named map. But I'm just going to put it all under the base plate because to me, this is the base of the map. The map will include the base plate and also any obstacles you have, such as caves, mountains, things like that. I'm not going to get into those now because we're going to be here forever if I'm making small individual pieces. But feel free to do that. Now on the walls, let's go and select all the parts. Make sure Can Collide is enabled in the properties. This is what stops the player walking off the edge of the map. What I will do is under lighting, I'm going to remove all the stuff we've got in here at the minute. And now we don't have the grey border at the bottom. We've got an actual blue sky. You can update the sky however you want, change the lighting settings, but I'm not going to get too much into that now. Here we've got a fairly alright little map. It's just something quick. Of course, your map will look different to mine, because everyone's map for their game is going to look different. If you've got the same map, that's fine. I don't mind if you've copied exactly what I've done. I've just done this very quickly off the top of my head. Now that we have the basics set up, we can move to setting up the data. Let's go to server script service and add a script. Name this leader stats. And we're just going to go over the basic leader stats. I already have a video on my channel about leader stats, so feel free to check that out. I will leave it linked in the description if you want more information on leader stats. I will go into it a little bit in this video, but I won't explain all of it. So to get started, we need to get 2 services, the players service and the collection service. We need the players service to access players.playerAdded. This is the function that we're going to use to add the players' data when they join the game. So players equals game::get service. Open up quotation marks here and it will be players. Next, let's get the collection service. So collection service is game::get service. And in quotation marks here, we're going to put in the collection service. Now let's do that function I was talking to you about. So when the player joins the game, there is a function automatically called. It's called player added. So players.playerAdded. It's more of a signal, but we can connect a function to it. So we can use :connect function, and in here we're going to pass in the player that joins the game. We'll just call it player. You could do PLR for short, but I will use the full word player. And this is just the player that has joined the game. And in here we're going to create leader stats. So local leader stats equals instance.new. It will be a folder and it will be inside of the player. Now leader stats are basically they're the data that appear top right of the screen. Again, not getting too much into it. Check out my video on it if you want more details. So then we'll say leader stats.name equals leader stats, and this has to be all lowercase. If it's not lowercase, then it won't work. And then we need a markers folder, which is going to hold all of the marker data. So local markers folder equals instance.new folder, and it will be inside of the player. Markers folder dot name equals, and I'm going to call this markers. And essentially this folder is going to contain a load of Boolean values for each marker. So if we've got marker 1, marker 2, marker 3, we're going to have a Boolean for each of those. And if that's true, that means we found it. I'll go a bit more in detail shortly. Next, we need a markers found. This will just be the number that we found in the game. This is just so players can see how many they've found compared with others. So local markers found will be in instance.new. It'll be an int value inside of the leader stats. Markers found dot name. I will just set it to found, and markers found dot value by default is 0, but it's defaulted to 0 anyway, so we don't need that line. Next, let's get all the markers in the game. So I will say local markers equals collection service colon get tagged, and I'm going to pass in here marker. Now, if you're not using markers and you're using, for example, objects, this will be called objects. This will be called object. It's fairly straightforward, really. And this get tagged will collect every single object in our workspace that has the tag marker. There's a tag icon here, and we can add in the properties, and we can add a tag to each object. I'm not going to get into tags right now. We'll talk about it a bit more in the next video, but I also have a video on tag on the collection service, so I'll leave that linked in the description too. But for now, I will move on from it, and we'll come back to it again in the next video. Next, we'll say for I, v in I pairs, markers do local new marker equals instance.new. It will be a bool value inside of the markers folder, and new marker.name will be equal to markers in square brackets I.name. Now, what is this doing? Well, effectively, this is looping through every single marker in our markers collection that we've just got. So every single object tagged marker in the game. And we're going to create a new Boolean instance inside of the markers folder in the player. And we'll set the name of that instance to the name of the marker we're looping through. So let's just add some comments here. So this creates the leader stats folder. This creates the markers folder. This is the total number of markers found. This gets all the marker objects in the game. And this loop down here loops through all the marker objects in the game. And it adds a Boolean state inside the player for each marker. And that is it for this script here. For those of you that have seen the old series, you may realise this looks similar to the original code. But there are a couple of important changes. We're now using collection service. I will explain this in more detail in the next video. But essentially, every marker will be tagged as a marker. This tag is used to get all the markers in the game and quickly add them to the player as a bool value. If the bool value is true, that means the player's collected the marker. If it's false, they haven't collected the marker. So while there is no major change to this script, from the next video onwards you'll notice quite a large difference from the original series due to the migration to collection service, which will work out to be much more efficient in the long run, especially when we get to saving and loading data. And even collecting the markers. Okay, so the last thing left to do is test that the stat script works. We don't want to write this code, wait till the next video, and then it turns out this doesn't work. So all I'm going to do is, first of all, close this script. I'm just going to go to the workspace and add in a part. I will add in maybe 5 of these, and I will rename it to, I'll call it A, B, C, D and E, so just different names. And if we now hit test and play, make sure you've got the output window open. Hopefully we don't get any errors, which we don't, so the errors are the big red things you'll get, or any yellow orange warnings. We've got found 0 up here, and if we open up players and our player name, okay, so it's not added anything to the markers folder. And the reason for that is because we've not tagged them. So select every single part, go to tags in the properties and click add, and we're going to add that marker tag. Make sure this tag you add is spelt the exact same as it is in here, or this will not work. Now if we hit test and play, go to players, our player name, we see markers folder is populated, we can tell by this icon here. Drop this down, and we've got A, B, C, D and E, and they're all bool values. We now leave the game. What we could do is maybe add another one and call this F, and if we now hit play, we see that F gets added to the system. And another difference from the original is we used to have a folder named markers and we'd put all the markers in there. The good thing with this is we could have different groups. So we could group C and D together, B, we could have E in that base plate there, A inside of model, and F inside of replicated storage. And even then, if we hit play and go to players, our name, open up the markers folder, they're still all here, even though they're all in different locations, which is amazing if you want to optimize your workspace hierarchy. And if you want to keep any inside of replicated storage and only show them if, for example, the player presses a button, we can then put something in replicated storage and it will still be inside of the player. Anyway, I'll delete all of those because we don't actually need them right now. Let's just make sure they're all deleted by pressing play and make sure there is nothing in here. No, there isn't. Okay, and that is all. Let's create some markers. I'll use a collection of parts and models. So in the workspace, I'm just going to add in a part. And what I'll do is very quickly make one part and one model, and then I will very quickly duplicate them and put them around the map. So I'm just going to do one for each section just to keep it simple. And I've got no hiding spots. I've not spent time designing like caves and mountains to hide them in. But of course you will have hiding spots, as that is the whole point of the game. But this is my map, okay? So I'm just going to have one in each section. Feel free to have as many as you want, and obviously hide them. And in fact, what I'm going to do is, rather than using a part, I'm going to click this little arrow and insert a cylinder. And I will scale it up a little bit. I'll make it 8 tool, or 6 tool actually. Let me whack in an avatar and just see what size it is compared to the avatar. Yeah, I'll make it 6 tool. And I will colour it. First of all, let's anchor it. Colour it. I'll make it pink. And I will name this to pink marker. It's very important how you name this. So I'm going to name it pink space marker. Okay, so make sure Can Collide is enabled on it as well. And then I will go and add a decal actually. So I'm going to add a decal to this one. And I don't have any textures on me. So what I'll do is go to the toolbox and just find a face decal. There we go. And I'll whack this one on by Firefox's one. And I'll put that on the marker. Okay, it's not quite put it the way I wanted it, but that'll do. It's better than no decal. I just wanted to show you how it actually disappears. And now what we'll do is I'll create another one without a decal, and I'll put this one in the orange section. I'll remove the decal on this one. And what I'm going to do is make this one blue. And I'll rename this to blue marker. Obviously, you'll call these whatever you want. Now I'll make a model. So I'll duplicate the blue marker and we'll drag it over to the green section. I'm going to make this one red. I'm going to give it arms as well. So I'm going to add in a block part and just place it inside of the marker just here. And make it like that. So it's going to be like a T shape. Make sure it's the same colour. And now it's like a little T. It's like it's got arms. And now I'll grab both of these parts, right click, and group them as a model. And I will rename this to red marker. I'll do one more model, so I'll duplicate this one. And I will put it in the red section. I'll make this one yellow, so this will be our yellow marker. So I'll rename the group to yellow marker. And I'm going to add a decal to this one. So I'll put the decal on the actual marker part. And I will use the same decal we've got on the pink one. Doesn't look great, especially now that we've got the arms. So what I'll do is just make the arms a little bit thinner, just so the face isn't obstructed by it. There we go. And then I'll make 4 more, just so we cover every single section, and I'll get back to you once I've done that. Okay, so I've created some markers, and I've got a red marker, I've got a yellow marker with a decal, I've got a salmon marker, I've got a green marker, an orange marker, a purple marker, a pink marker with a decal, and a blue marker. So all my markers are just colours. Obviously, if you've got your own objects, they're going to look however, name however you want. But now we can move on. So I'm going to select every single marker. And again, you know what, I'm going to prove the point. So what I'm going to do is put a couple of these markers in a group, and I will name these group of markers, just to prove that these can be anywhere. So I'm going to set the 3 markers in this group of markers, and I'm going to select all the markers outside of that group. So now I should have every single marker selected, including the ones in this group. Make sure, don't select the group, but select all the markers in the group, and then all the ones outside of it as well. And now what I'm going to do is, in the properties, it will say 8 items, or however many you have, however many markers you've got. Scroll down to tags, click add, and we're going to add the marker tag. Now make sure this marker is spelt the exact same as you've spelt it in this leaderstat script on line 19. Now if we hit play, you'll see all the markers get added to this marker folder inside of the player. Now let's create the script that will handle the collision detection. So add a script to server script service, and I'm just going to name it marker handler. And in here, we need to start by getting some services. So we're going to need the collection service. So collection service is game:get service collection service. And this will allow us to get all the markers with the marker tag. And we're also going to need the players. So players equals game:get service players. The first thing we need to do is get all the markers in the game. To do that, we'll just say markers equals, and if you remember from our leaderstat script, collection service :get tagged markers, or just marker, sorry, shouldn't be markers, because it needs to be the exact same as it is here and as it is in the tag. And if we want to be extra secure, we need to wait for everything to load in. Because this is a server script, it's not as important because it will load with the server, but just for absolute clarity, what I will do is just before here, I'll add in a wait, and we'll just wait 1 second just for everything to load in. This isn't too important, but if you're finding that not all your markers are loading in, then maybe add this wait 1. Now we need to loop through every marker and add a touched event to it. So for underscore comma marker, in iPairs, markers do. The reason we're doing for underscore is because this is normally the index and marker is the object. We're not going to access the index, we're only going to use the object. We'll say if marker : is a, with an uppercase I, uppercase A, model, then. So if the marker is a model and not a part, then we need to loop through every descendant of the model and add the touched event to every single descendant. So for underscore, we can't use underscore again because we've used it up here, so it will just become a bit confusing. So we use 2 underscores, comma descendant, in iPairs, marker : get descendants do. Now the reason we use get descendants is because this will get every single child and the children of the children inside of the marker. So if we just get our marker, pink marker here, if we do : get children, we'll just get the decal. If we did the salmon marker and did get children, we'd get these 2, which is all we need. But if we had parts inside of parts, for example, if I had a part in a part in a part, get children would just get the blue marker and this top part. Get descendants will get absolutely everything. I'll just delete those now. And then we'll check that the descendants actually are part, because we can only add a touched event to a base part. So if descendant : is a base part, then descendant dot touched connect, and I'll leave that blank for now. We are going to connect a function to the touch event, but we'll come back to it in a second. Now, in this if marker is a model, I'll just backspace this and add an else, and if it's not a model, then we're just going to add a touch event because it means it's a part. So if it's not a model, it will just be a part. So we'll say marker dot touched connect, again leaving this bit blank. Now let's create a function which we'll call, which will actually sort the touch handling. So we'll say function touch event hit, and we'll get the player. So local player equals players : get player from character hit.parent. Now, hit is automatically passed through whenever we use :connect, and all hit does is it's the object that touched the part. For example, if the player walks into the part, their right arm, their left arm, their right leg, their left leg, for example, will touch the part. It won't be the actual player's character, it'll be the specific part inside of the player's character that touched the part that we've got the touch event on. So we can use hit.parent to get the player's character, and then get the player from their character using the getPlayerFromCharacter function on players. And now we can check that the player exists. So if player then, because the touch event is called if any part touches another part. So if the base plate is touching the part, this will still be called. So by just checking that it's the player, we're verifying that it's the player that touched the part. Because then what I'll do is just say print touched. And we'll actually get onto the whole touching the part and collecting it in it shortly. Now let's test it. So let's hit test and play. And we've got some errors here. Let's have a look. So attempt to connect failed. And the reason for that is because we've not actually passed a function to the connect here. We need to connect a function to this. So just pass in touch event. Don't add the parentheses afterwards like this, because that is no good. That's kind of trying to call the function rather than connecting it, and it will not work. So remove the parentheses. It knows that it's calling touch event, and what's happening is when touched is fired, hit is passed through. We're calling this touch event. It realizes that touch event takes a parameter hit, and we're like, oh, hang on a minute, that matches up to the hit that we're trying to pass through, so it'll automatically pass it through for us. Now let's play. Okay, just delete that warning, and it says 0 found. And what we can do is if we walk over and touch a marker, it says touched. And then we can do it with this marker over here, which I've not anchored properly, so I just need to do that. And again, it's saying touched. So I'll stop that. Just make sure all my markers are anchored. Next, we need to make the marker disappear for just the player. If we attempt to do this in the market handler script, the marker will disappear for all players as it's a server script. So we need to use a remote event to run code on the client. For more information on remote events, check out my video on them, which I'll leave linked in the description. So let's add a remote event to replicated storage and rename it to hide markers. Just something appropriate. Actually, I'll rename it to hide marker, and then what we'll do is next we need to add a local script to start our player scripts. This is a local script that goes inside of the player, and it will run code on the client. And this I'll rename to hide markers. So first, let's get services, as always. So we need the players service. So players is game::get service players. And the reason we need that is to get the player. So player equals players.localPlayer. Next, we need replicated storage. So replicated storage equals game::get service replicated storage. Not start storage, sorry, replicated storage. And the reason we need that is to access the hide marker remote event. So hide marker RE, short for remote event, is replicated storage, wait for child, hide marker. So the local player accesses the player on the client, and wait for child waits for this hide marker remote event to exist. Again, more information in my remote event video. So let's create a function that will hide the marker. So function hide marker, and we're going to take a part as a parameter, and this part will be the part we need to hide. So we'll say part.canCollide equals false, and this will stop us colliding with the part once we've collected it. And then we'll say part.transparency equals 1, and this will make it invisible. Next, let's get hide marker remote event dot on client event :connect function, and in here we're going to call a function when the hide marker remote event is fired, and we're going to take a marker. We're going to take the marker that we want to hide. So we're going to do the same check. If the marker's a model, then we'll loop through every descendant. And if the descendant's a base part, then we'll hide that part. And if it's a decal, we're going to destroy it. Because I know in the old series, a lot of people added decals to their parts, and then they had problems trying to hide the decals. So we'll say if marker, : is a model, then underscore comma descendant, in I pairs, marker : get descendants, do. If descendant colon is a base part, then hide marker passing in the descendant that we want to hide. Else if descendant colon is a decal, then so descendant colon destroy. And this will destroy the decal just for the player if there's a decal. Because we can't hide a decal, we have to destroy it. And now on this first if statement here, the if marker is a model, I'll add an else. So if it's not a model and it's just a part, then we'll just call the hide marker function, passing in the marker. And finally, we need to destroy the decal if it has one. So to do that, I'll check if the marker has children, and if it does have children, then we're going to loop through each child, and if the child is a decal, we will destroy it. If the number of marker colon get children, so to get the number of, we'll just use a hashtag. If this is greater than 0, then there's children. So we'll loop through every child. Again, you could do descendant. So what I'll do is loop through every descendant, and I'll just copy this code up here. So for underscore comma descendant in iPairs, marker colon get descendants. If descendant is a base part, then we're going to hide that descendant. Otherwise, if it's a decal, we're going to destroy it. Now we've got 2 chunks of repeated code here, so we can optimize this. How can we optimize it? Well, let's put it in a function. So I'll add a function, and this will be loop descendants. And we'll copy all of this code, these if statements here and the for loop, and paste it in here. And now what we can do is call loop descendants, and it needs a marker. So I'll put the marker in there, and we'll just pass the marker through here. Same thing here, so we'll get this for loop, and replace this with loop descendants, passing in the marker. And now we've got 2 functions, so this one just loops through stuff, and then it will hide the marker. It just makes it a little bit nicer. Now we can go back to the marker handler script, and let's actually call this remote event. So let's add the replicated storage service. So replicated storage equals game colon get service replicated storage, and get the hide marker remote event. So hide marker remote event equals replicated storage colon wait for child hide marker. Now in our touch event, rather than printing touch, we need to get the markers folder from the player, because we want to set the value of the marker we've touched to true. So when we do the saving and loading, we know which markers have been found. We also want to increase the number of markers found and fire the hide marker remote event. So we get local markers equals player colon wait for child markers. So this gets the markers folder in the player. And then we'll get the marker value, which will be local marker value equals markers colon wait for child marker dot name. Now we also need to pass the marker into this touch event, because we're going to use the name of the marker to find the specific value that we want to set to true in the player's markers folder. And we can say if marker value dot value is equal to false, then. And we want to check that it's false before we run the code, because we only want to collect it once. Once we've collected it, the marker value will be true. And if it's true, we don't want to keep collecting it. Otherwise, we're going to keep increasing the found amount. And suddenly we're going to have 100 markers found by only touching 1 marker. The first thing we'll do is set marker value dot value to true. Then we'll get our found. So local found is player colon wait for child leader stats colon wait for child found. And then we'll just say found.value plus equals 1. And make sure this found in this wait for child is spelt the exact same as you've spelt it in the leader stats script. Otherwise it will wait forever to find it, and it never will. And then finally we can fire the client. So hide marker remote event colon fire client, passing in the player, the client that we want to fire it on, and the marker. In these loops here, in the touch event, we are going to have to now add a new function, because we need to pass a parameter in, and we can't do that without using a function, a new function. So I'll just do function hit, touch event, hit, comma marker, end, like this. And this will assign a new function to the touch event that fires the touch event function, passing in hit and marker, and then it ends it. A little bit confusing, but imagine it, you can actually kind of imagine it like this. This is the exact same, so you can clearly see now it's taking hit as a parameter, calling the touch event function, passing in the parameter hit and marker as an argument as well. But I've just condensed it into one line just to make it a little bit nicer on the eye. Again, we'll do the same thing here, so function, hit, touch event, passing through hit and marker, and end. Just like this. Now let's test it. So I'll close all of these scripts for now. Clear the output, hit test and play. We get this warning. I need to look into this because I've updated my Roblox studio and suddenly I'm getting loads of warnings. So I need to look into those, but it's not important right now. So let's go over to this pink one here and I'll open up the markers, find my pink marker. The value is false. When I touch it, I'm expecting the marker to disappear, found to increase to 1 and only 1, the decal to disappear, and the value to go to true. Okay, so the decal's disappeared, the marker's gone, found is 1, and the value's true. Now let's try this red marker over here. Because this one's a model, it'll be a bit more interesting. I'm going to touch it, I'm expecting everything to disappear, and my found to go to 2, and this to go to true. That goes to true, found goes to 2, it all disappears, everything is good. Now there's one more I want to test, and that is there is somewhere here we go, a model with a decal. So this is the yellow marker, so when I touch this, the decal should disappear, all the parts should disappear, found should go to 3, and value should go to true. So the decal disappears, all the parts disappear, found goes to 3, and the value gets set to true. So that is working well. I will show you how to create a pop-up marker found GUI for our Find the Marker project. First, we need to create a camera. So what I'll do is duplicate the camera instance in the workspace and rename this new instance to marker camera. I'm going to set the C frame position of the camera to 0, 0, 0. I'll explain why in a second, and I'll set the orientation to 0, 0, 0. Now we're going to do the same for the focus, so just change the focus position and orientation to 0, 0, 0. Now let's create the pop-up. So go to Status GUI, add in a Screen GUI, and we'll rename this to Marker Found GUI, and insert a viewport frame. Make sure it's a viewport frame and not a usual frame, as a usual frame will not work for this. So the reason that we've made this camera and we're using a viewport frame allows you to display an object in the game as a GUI on the screen. So what we can do is, in the properties, set the current camera to the marker camera that we've created, which is set at the world 0, 0, 0 position. And now if we were to drag in, first of all, let's resize it and make it the size we want. So I'm just going to set it to 0.20, 0.20, and then I can scale it properly. Check out my video on scaling UI properly if you want a tutorial on that. But for now, I'll just skim through the whole UI setup, and I'll make it like this, and then I'll leave the background transparency for now. I'm going to grab the blue marker, for instance, duplicate it and drag it into the viewport frame. Now, with a viewport frame, any object inside of the frame will be displayed as a GUI on the screen from a camera perspective. Now, because this blue marker is too far away, we can't see it. So let's change the position, the C frame position, to 0, 0, 0, and I'll leave the orientation. We still can't see it. And the reason for that is because we've got to do a bit of fiddling around. I'm going to quickly click this viewport frame and make it invisible. If I put in a part in the workspace and I set the position to 0, 0, 0, and then I press F on the keyboard, it will take me to where this part is. I will just drag it up so we can see it. It'll take me to where this part is in the workspace. If I was to now get a marker and duplicate it and set that to position 0, 0, 0, and I just drag it up 4 studs like I did with the camera, they're now in each other. So we're basically seeing the camera like this, and because this marker's inside of the camera, we don't see it. So we want to just bring the marker forward a little bit. So to do that, we'll just model it like this, and we're going to grab this arrow and just drag it in front of it a bit. 4 studs in front, and we can see that it's changing the Z property in the transform. So we want to change the Z. So I'm going to delete that blue marker, and I'll delete this part as well, and go to this blue marker that we've put as a child of the viewport frame, and set this position to 4 on the Z. Now if I enable the marker found viewport frame, we still can't see it. So let's try -4. There you go. So -4 we see a bit, -6 we see even more. So -6 is what seems to work for me. So what I will then do is grab the viewport frame and just make the background transparency 1. So now what we would do is have a picture of our marker on the screen. So as we collect a marker, we'll get a pop-up like this. It will show the marker that we've just collected with some text saying, this marker found, for example. And what I'll do is just delete the blue marker now. Keep a note of this. So for the position, it needs to be -6 for it to be seen very well. Remember that. If you still can't see it after changing it to -6, you may need to play around with the X, and not the Y. But just play around with it. Try bringing the parts into the workspace like I demonstrated a minute ago to play around and see how you need it. Now, while we've still got this marker in here, I'm going to add a text label, and I'll rename this to name text. And again, play around with the size until it's something that I like. I'm just going to drag it in the middle of the screen, and this is just going to display the name of the marker. We're going to change this dynamically in a script anyway, but if we just get the label set up how we would like. Here we go, so this is my marker name text, and I'll duplicate this and rename this to found text. So now we've got 2, and this will just be a constant which says, it would be a constant text and it will say found. And I'll drag this to the bottom of the screen. And I'll just make it a green colour. Just like so. And I'll maybe make the text stroke transparency black just so it contrasts a little bit better. Now I will hide absolutely everything. So that's the viewport frame, the name text and the found text, and make them invisible. And I will delete the blue marker as that was just a test. We don't need it anymore. What we do need is to add a local script to this marker found GUI. So let's add a local script. And this is going to handle our pop-up. So when we collect a marker, when the hide marker remote event is fired, which we sorted out in the last video, what we're going to do is clone the marker, put the position to 0, 0, 0 or 0, 0 -6 or whatever works for you. Change the orientation so that it's facing the camera. Because if I'm just going to unhide the viewport frame quickly, show it. And if I drag in, what's something that's got a decal? I think the purple marker has a decal. So if I drag in the purple marker, no, it doesn't. One of them has a decal, the pink marker, and drag that into the viewport frame and make sure the viewport frame is visible, which it is. I wanted to change the position to 0, 0 -6. You will see that the decal isn't facing us. So try it out with one. If you've got any decals or any like models which have properties where you need to make sure it's facing the right way, you just have to click on the part, change the rotation until there's something that works. I can see mine's facing off to the left, so I need to rotate it around 90 degrees towards the camera. So I'll try 180. There we go, and now that's facing the right way. So I want to change all the orientations to 180. So 0, 180, 90. Okay, I can delete that now and hide the viewport frame again. I just wanted to confirm what the orientation will need to be. So let's get started. First of all, let's get some services. We're only going to need one service for the script, and that's the replicated storage. So replicated storage is game::get service, replicated storage. And the reason we need that is to get the hide marker remote event. Now we already call the hide marker remote event whenever we collect a marker, and that runs this code in here. Now, because we want to access the viewport frame, the name text, and the found text, these 3 objects, we need to do it from this script. We need to also do an on-client event in this script. It's just a bit easier. Rather than having multiple events, we can just do it all with one. So hide marker RE, short for remote event, is replicated storage, wait for child, hide marker. Now, these 2 lines are no new code. We've done these in the previous video. What we're going to do next is get the GUI. So we need the screen GUI, which is script.parent. And the reason we want the screen GUI is because it makes it easier to access the viewport frame, which will be screen GUI.viewport frame. and the name text, which will be screen GUI dot name text, and found text equals screen GUI dot found text. You can't name the name text name because name is already a property on screen GUI. So this is going to think you're accessing the name of the screen GUI, which will be marker found GUI. So name text will be equal to marker found GUI. We don't want that. We want the text name object. Now let's add this hide marker remote event and call the connect the on client event. Hide marker remote event dot on client event colon connect function passing through the marker. Again, no new code here. We explained it all in the last video. What we are going to do is get a clone. So local clone is marker colon clone. So this will duplicate the marker. And if the clone is a model, then. So if the clone's a model, we have to position models slightly differently to how we position parts. With a model, you need to access the primary part and set the primary part C frame to move the entire model to a new position. With a part, you can just do part.position. So before we keep going, we need to go to every marker that's a model. So the red marker, the salmon, and the yellow for me, and add a primary part. Now, what is the primary part? Really, it can be any sort of part that, because if it's in the same model, it will all follow it anyway. But it's best practice to go for what would sort of make up the body of the model. So for me, it's this marker, this long marker bit. I could put the arms as the primary part, but it's more makes sense logically to put the actual base of the model as the primary part. So I'll select the red marker, click primary part, and then I'll select the blue marker. Again, this shouldn't be called blue marker, so I'll just quickly rename it. It doesn't matter though. I'll call it marker body. Again, click the yellow marker, grab the primary part, and I'll make that the blue marker, which I'm going to rename to marker body. And the same with the salmon marker. I'll rename that to marker body and set the primary part of the salmon marker to the marker body. There we go. Now we can set the primary part C frame. So clone colon set primary part C frame. And you need an uppercase S, uppercase P, uppercase P, uppercase C, uppercase F. Make sure you spell this exactly right because it's a bit of a strange one with the capitalization and you want to make sure it's correct. Then we'll do cframe.new. Now, whenever you do cframe, it's an uppercase C and an uppercase F. Now, as far as we need to know for this video and for the upcoming videos, cframe is just another way of doing the position. There's a bit more to it with C-frame, it's more mathematical. We're going to see in a second, angles, and there's a bit more to it. But for now, we'll just do cframe.new 0, 0, 0. And we're going to multiply this by cframe.angles, passing in the angle that we want. So we want 0 radians. This is in radians. So you'll need to convert from degrees to radians, which I'll show you how to do now. Now, if you remember back to earlier in the video, my desired orientation is 180 degrees on the Y. So I can say math.rad 180, and this will convert the 180 degrees to radians. I'm not going to get into radians right now because it's beyond the scope of this video. And then also I want 90 degrees rotation on the Z, so it's upright. Now this is most likely not going to be the same unless you've made your markers the same as mine, so play around with the rotations yourself as I showed you earlier. Okay, it looks like I'm missing a bracket here, so let me figure this out. So cframe.new, yes, times by that, and one more bracket there. Yep, perfect. And now I'll backspace and go to else. So this will set the primary part C-frame of the model, which will change the whole model position and rotation. Otherwise, if it's just a part, we'll just do clone.position equals vector3.new 0, 0, -6 is what worked for me. And clone.orientation equals vector3.new 0, 180, 90. Very important you spell position and orientation correct here. Uppercase P, uppercase O. Vector3 is just a way of, it's basically a tuple in a way. It's just displays 3 values. Okay, so that means now we can move on. So we've moved our position, we've sorted our orientation out. Now we need to set the parent of the clone to the viewport frame. So clone.parent equals viewport frame. And finally, we'll do viewport frame dot visible equals true. And that will just set the viewport frame visibility to true. Okay, next we'll update the name text, then make the name text visible. So we can say name text.text equals, and we'll just do clone.name to access the name property of the clone, which will be the marker. And then we can say name text.visible equals true. Very easy. And then what we'll do is wait 2 seconds. This is how long it's going to be displayed for. So if you want less than 2 seconds, feel free to change it. And all we will do is then hide the objects. So we'll say the viewport frame dot visible equals false, name text dot visible is false, and found text dot visible is false. And then we'll destroy the clone, just to hide the marker, or destroy the marker even. And that is it for the scripts. It's not a difficult one. The hardest part is just figuring out the C-frames and the angles. The reason I want to do this as a separate video is because I wanted to go a little bit into it, because I feel like last video was a little bit, it felt quite tedious and there was a lot going on. So I wanted to break it up into a separate one. But now if we close this and hit play, for every model we've made, we've set the primary part. So as long as you've done that and you've done this script correct, I should now be able to go up to each model. I'll start with just a normal part with no decal. Something basic. And when I touch it, disappears, we get the orange marker. So the found text never appears. Let's have a look at why. So let's go into the local script. Oh, and that's because we've not added the found text here. Found text.visible equals true. We'll just do that after the name text. Now that we've done that, let me try that one more time. So I'll just go back over to our orange marker, or I'll do something closer. I think green doesn't have a decal either. No. We touch that, green marker found. Beautiful. And then it disappears after 2 seconds. And then we'll try one with a decal, and hopefully the decal faces us. Perfect, pink marker found. And then we'll do a model. So this model doesn't have a decal, and it should, hopefully the arms will be in the right way. No, okay, so we need to quickly fix that. We'll have a look at that in a second. And then we'll try one with a decal. I'm not expecting it to work, no. Okay, so let's have a look at why that's the case then. Okay, so I think the reason this is the case is because I made a silly mistake and put 000 for this C frame instead of -6. Because it needs to still be that -6, otherwise it's too close so we don't really see it. So what we were seeing there was the arms. Now if we try it, hopefully the whole thing will display. Perfect, and it does. Brilliant. So I'll just do one more just to make sure. So we'll do one more model. This one doesn't have a decal, and it displays. Okay, this one's upside down. That's not very good. So I'll look at that as well. Okay, so we're going to do a big correction. What we're going to do is, I made a mistake. My bad. I do apologise, but it's all part of learning as you go. This is a bug I never actually encountered when I would first plan this video. But here we go. We're going to debug it. I've played around and I've figured out a fix. So we're going to delete the marker camera. I know it's a bit of a pain because we've already made it. Click on the viewport frame and just click current camera and click marker camera and just hit that X. Make sure it's not still applied. Open up the local script, and the differences that we're going to make isn't crazy, but we're going to create and set up the camera inside of the script. What we'll do is just say local camera equals instance.new camera, and camera.cframe is going to be equal to the origin, so 000. So this will be equal to cframe.new 000, and then the viewport frame dot current camera, which was that property that we were setting to the marker camera earlier. We'll now set this to the camera that we've just created. So essentially we're creating a new camera for every marker that we touch. Rather than doing all of this here, we're going to do cframe.lookat, and in this function, that's lowercase l, uppercase a. And we're going to look at the position from the camera. So that's that cframe.new 000. So I'll paste that in there. And this actually needs to be a vector, not a C-frame. So we'll just do vector3.new. So this means we're going to position it 6 studs away, and we're going to look at camera.cframe.position. So we're going to look at where the camera is. And now we can remove the angles. We don't actually need the angles at all now. We will do the same for single parts, which I'll do in a second, just to make sure things are definitely working properly. And then for normal parts, we'll just do clone.cframe equals cframe.lookat. Again, it will be that vector3.new 0, 0, -6. Although this will be whatever you set it to earlier. And we're now going to look at, and we'll just do the camera.cframe.position. So it's the exact same. We're just not setting the primary part C-frame. For the part, we're just doing the part. And then we can remove the rest here. And then we'll update the marker to be a child of the viewport frame, the exact same as we were. Everything else will be the same. And then we'll destroy the clone at the end. Now this is going to create a lot of camera instances, and we don't need all of them. So at the very end, we'll just also say camera:destroy. And now, if we actually go and test this, we'll try it with a bunch of different things. So this marker over here, which has a decal. Okay, so it's not quite worked. Let's have a look at that. So it's just on its side, that's all. And all we will do to get the rotation is where we're doing the cframe.lookat. Once we've done that, we're just going to multiply this by cframe.angles, and it will be 0, 0, and then math.rad 90. Because all my markers are rotated by this 90 degrees, which if I select one marker, here we go, 90 orientation, 90. So it's just to get it upright. So after that, we'll just do times cframe.angles, and this will be 0, 0, and math.rad 90 again, just to get that 90 degree rotation. So now I'll try it with this one that's got the decal. Wonderful. So now it's all working. I do apologise for that. I never even realised that problem when I first made the plan for the video. I never encountered that problem. So I'm not too sure what I've done differently to encounter it, but we fixed it, which is what matters. I will show you how to implement data saving and loading into our Find the Marker game. The first thing we need to do is go to File, Game Settings, Security, and enable Studio access to API services. This allows Roblox Studio to communicate with the data store API so that we can save and load data. This is a very important step. Now let's add some code to our leader.stat script. So open up the leader.stat script, and right at the bottom, I'm going to create a new temporary instance, which will just tell the game, or the server, or the client, whoever needs it, that the data has been instantiated. So local instantiated equals instance.new, string value, it can be any value really, and it'll be inside of the player, and instantiated.name equals data instantiated. This will be the last item, the last instance that gets instantiated in the leader.stat script. So once this one has been created, then we know everything else has been created because this is the last one. Next, let's create a new script inside of server script service, and I will name this data store, and this is where we're going to actually save and load data. So let's start by getting our services. So we're going to need the players. So players is game:get service players. Same as always, we're going to need the data store service. So data store service is game:get service data store service, and that's it for now. And we'll also create a data store. So data store equals data store service :get data store, and I will just name this my data store, and I'll put a v1 on the end, version 1. I'm not going to go too in detail about how the data store works. If you want more information about data stores, check my video out on them. I'll leave the video linked in the description. Okay, now we're going to need a deepCopy function. This is actually available in the Roblox Studio documentation. Alternatively, you can find this code inside of our Discord server, or just in the description. I'll leave it in the resources section of the description. Just copy and paste it in. And all this does, I explain it in my data store video. It basically creates a copy of tables. So if you have a table and a table and a table, it will create a copy of all them tables. Next, let's create our save data function. So function save data, and we're going to pass through the player whose data we want to save. We'll say local success, error message equals pcall, and we're going to wrap this function in a pcall here. And the first thing we're going to do is get the markers folder. So local markers folder is player, wait for child, markers, and then we'll get the default marker data. So we'll say local markers equals, and this will be an empty table, And we're going to use this table as a dictionary, basically. We're going to assign keys and values. So we're going to assign every marker as a key to a value, which will be whether or not we've collected it. So for I, v in I pairs, markers folder, get children, do markers, and in square brackets, v.name. So this is the key. We're basically getting the markers. So let's, for example, the blue marker, the v.name will be blue marker. So we're accessing the key blue marker, and we're going to set the value at this key to v.value. So this creates a key value pair with the key being set to the name of the marker and the value being the state of whether or not the player's found it. Next, let's actually save our data. So local data to save, we'll just create a table because the setAsync function requires a table of data. So we'll make a new table and we'll have player.leaderstats.found.value, and we'll also add the markers dictionary. And then at the bottom here, we'll just say data store setAsync, passing in player dot user ID, comma, and then data to save. And then after the p call, we can say if error message then, and we can just error the error message. So if there is an error message, we can just error it out to the output. Now let's add our player added function and load the data when the player joins the game. So players.playerAdded connect function player. So when the player joins the game, we're going to wait until all their data has loaded in or been instantiated. So say local instantiated equals player wait for child data instantiated. And then once it has loaded in and been instantiated, then we can destroy it because we don't actually need it. We only need it to delay loading the data until all the leader stats have been created. So we can destroy this once we know the data has been instantiated. That's all we use it for. Now we'll get the markers folder. So local markers folder equals player wait for child markers. And then we need to get the default marker data. So this is the exact same as up here. So I'll copy from line 29 down to line 38. Paste that in. So local markers is an empty table. We're going to loop through every single one. And then we're going to, rather than saying data to save, this will be default data. And this will be what the data is by default. So found will be 0 because by default we don't want to have any found markers. And then we'll also bring in our markers here. So this code here is the same in both functions, but I'm not going to make a separate function for it because it's just overcomplicating it. We don't need to stress too much about that at the minute. And what we're going to do next is another p call. So local success, error message equals p call, wrapping in the function. And in this function, we're going to get the data. Local data is data store get async, not set, passing in player.userID. If the data is nil, then we're going to deepCopy the default data. And then we will set and actually save this data. So data store setAsync, player.userID, data. Next, we'll get the leader stats and load the found value. So local leader stats equals player wait for child leader stats, leaderstats.found.value is going to be equal to data1 or default data 1 because it's the first not one, sorry, found. This here, this found must be the exact same as what you've named it in here. And the reason for that is it's the first item we save. So when we save, the found is the first value we're saving. So we get the first value from the data array. The found key in the default data just gives us our default value for found. In case it's nil, it will give us an error. So we'll just set it to 0. And then we can load the marker data. So first let's get the marker objects. So local marker objects equals, and we need the collection service now. So back to the top, we'll say collection service equals game get service collection service. And then we're going to use collection service get tagged and that marker tag that we've given all of our markers. And then we can load the marker data using this. So we'll loop through every marker. So for I, v in pairs markers. So we're going to loop through every key in our marker dictionary. If the second data item, so our second data item, will be the markers dictionary. If that is nil, if this is nil, then we're going to set every markers found state to false by default. Markers, folder, colon, wait for child, I, dot value equals false. Because by default, we're going to say the player hasn't found the marker. Otherwise, we'll say markers folder, colon, wait for child, I, dot value equals data2, and then in another set of square brackets, an I. Because data2 is a table, or is a dictionary, and then I will get the key that we're looking for. It's a bit hard to explain the logic in this one without visualizing it, and I can't really visualize it. But if you have really analyze this, what we're actually doing is creating an array, a dictionary, is creating a dictionary with each marker, so the blue marker, the green marker, the orange marker, the pink marker, the red marker, and whatever other markers we have. And it's creating a key with that name. So we're going to have a key for blue marker, a key for green marker, a key for orange marker, and each key gets assigned a value. So blue marker will be the value that's stored at the player. So when we press play, you remember if we open up our player, we get some warnings down here at the minute. Don't worry about those right now. If I click on blue marker and I collect it, if I collect the blue marker, I won't actually do it, but this will go true. We want to save that value. So we're assigning that value to its key. And then we're just loading it down here. And then we'll do the same thing. So if error message, then, and then we will error the error message. And now we will add a data loaded variable, which will just help us tell the game that data is loaded should we need it. It's always good to add these little instances just so the game knows where we're at with data retrieval. So local data loaded equals instance.new. There will be a string value inside of the player, and I'll say data loaded dot name equals data loaded, just like this. And now we will add our player removing function, which is where we'll save the data. So players.player removing, not added, sorry, player removing, colon connect function, passing in the player, and then we will just say save data, passing in the player, and then we'll wait 2 seconds before they leave. So every time the player leaves, this function gets called. Then we'll do the same for if the server gets shut down. So game colon bind to close function, and in here we'll loop for every single player in the game. So for underscore comma player in pairs, players colon get players do, we'll save data and pass in the player whose data we want to save, and then we'll wait 2 seconds. Now I know I'm skimming through this quite quickly, and I do apologise for that. I'm not repeating it because I've already done a video on data stores, so check that out if you want more information and exactly what's going on here. I just feel as though it's not necessary for me to explain it all over again when I've already got a video on it. Anyway, I believe that's it for this script, so we can actually start testing this. So let's press play again. We're getting this error, this warning, sorry, value of type cannot be converted to a number. So I'll click on that, and value of type cannot be converted to a number on line 79. So that means what we're doing here is we're assigning a table to the number. So somewhere here, this is a table. Okay, so I have just made a mistake. I'm not sure if this is why we've got the error, but we'll do some debugging. This shouldn't be data, this should be default data we pass into here, because we want to save the default data, not the data we've just deep copied, because this will all be one table. This is going to be tables within tables within tables. So I'm not sure if that is the problem, because we've made such a major adjustment. It looks minor, but really it's a major thing. We've changed the entire way that we're saving and loading data. I'm going to change this to a V2, so renaming this will give me a new data store. So now when we press play, hopefully, so we have still got that error. I'm going to have a little look at that now. Okay, so it does still say it, but it's not a problem. It's only a warning, not an error, so it's nothing fatal. I think it's just to do with our default data is not deep copying properly. So I'll have to look at that at some point, but it's nothing major. It's only a warning. So I'm going to click the salmon marker. And then I will collect this orange marker just here. And if I was to now press stop and reload the game, I should have 2 found. These markers are still visible, but if I now go under players, and then my player name and markers, and press the blue, it's not found. If I press the salmon, it is found, and if I press the orange, it's also found. So it has actually saved what I've found. We just need to hide them now. So hiding them is pretty easy. We're going to do this all within the hide markers script. So in your hide markers script, we're going to loop through, once the game's loaded, all the markers, and if they've been found, we'll hide them. So we'll say collection service equals game : get service collection service. And we'll also get our data loaded variable. So data loaded equals player : wait for child data loaded. And then once it's been loaded, we'll destroy it. But this just stops executing the rest of this code until the data has loaded, because we want to hide these markers. So all we're going to do is just above this onClient event, we're going to hide the loaded markers. So to do that, we'll get our marker folder, which will be equal to player : wait for child markers, and we'll loop through every single marker in the markers folder. For I, V in iPairs marker folder : get children do. If v.value is true, then, so if we've found that instance, if that instance is true and we found it, then we'll get the marker from the workspace. So we'll say local marker equals workspace : find first child v.name. Now this will find the actual part based on the name of the instance in the player. So for example, we found salmon marker. So it's going to get that name, salmon marker, and look for the first instance in the workspace named salmon marker. Now we've got a problem. Salmon marker isn't a direct child of the workspace. It's a descendant, but unfortunately we can't do find first descendant because this actually isn't enabled. If you was to run this, it wouldn't work. Find first disabled is something that they started making it a long time ago and sort of never fully released it. So it's just kind of sat there at the minute. I don't really know too much about why, but what we can use instead is just add a comma and true after the v.name. And this true just means it recursively checks all descendants. So it'll check children of children. So it'll go to the base plate, then it'll check the spawn locations, then it'll check everything in there. Not in there, then it'll go to the walls, check in there. And then, it keeps moving like that. So if the marker does exist, once we've looped through everything, if it does exist, then we're going to check if it's a model. So we'll do our standard check. So I'll just copy all of this, paste it in. So if the marker's a model, then loop descendants marker. Otherwise, we'll hide the marker. And if the number of children is greater than 0, then we'll loop descendants hiding the marker. Exact same as what we've done before. The only difference is when we are hiding markers after loading, while the part that we're looking for may have loaded in, so the marker name, so for example, pink marker has a decal in. So while the pink marker may have loaded, the decal inside of it might not yet have loaded. So we need to wait for the children to load, which is why we're doing this check here, making sure that there's at least one child. Because usually if one child's loaded in, they all have. If the children have more children, then it's a bit different. But it loops descendants anyway, which does that check. But all we will do is just add in a little wait 0.5 seconds. It's just a little half a second delay because it's not going to take longer than that for it to load in. So it just gives it that little bit of extra time. Okay, and that should be it. So if we now close everything and press play, those 2 markers should now hide. There we go. They're both hidden. And found is 2. And now I could go collect another marker. And my found should go to 3. So it works wonderfully. There we go. For some reason, the yellow marker doesn't appear on there. So we need to figure out why that's happening. Because that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I have actually noticed one thing in the hide marker script. So when we loop descendants, we need to repeat this wait 0.5 that we're doing down there. So repeat wait 0.5 until the number of marker get descendants is greater than 0. So this waits for the marker to fully load in. So what is happening is our hide markers on client event is being called the exact same time as this one, which means that sometimes it's not going to add up and we're going to hide the marker when we really shouldn't be. Best way around this would be to add a slight delay to this one, literally a tiny delay, just so that this runs before this. We just need this clone to be cloned. We need this clone to be created just before we hide anything. So all I'll do is go to the hide marker script, add in a wait, and it's just going to be 0.2 seconds. It doesn't need to be much. It doesn't even need to be that. It could be 0.05 seconds. I'm just going to put a normal wait. I'm not even going to add a number. I think by default that's like 0.03 or something. It's really not a lot. If I now go to a marker I haven't yet collected, hopefully I'm really got my fingers crossed. Yep, it still appears. Wonderful. So all I'm going to do now is once again reset the data store. I will now click test and server and clients, and I'm going to test it with 2 clients. Okay, so I've got both loaded up here. I've got player 2 on the left and player 1 on the right. Player 1 is going to get the salmon marker and the purple marker. Like that. That works. The different screen sizes is going to change the look of the viewport frame. That's just because I've not scaled anything properly, and it's to do with camera sizes. You're going to have to play around with your own camera sizes for different screen sizes. I'm not going to get into that because, of course, this is only a small series. Back again, okay, so the purple marker works, so founders 2, and I'm going to have player 2 only get the yellow marker. So now we can see that the markers are still there for the other players. If we stop this completely, hit play again. Regarding the screen sizes affecting the look of the viewport frame, you are going to have to write some code that will change the GUI based on the size of devices. So as we can see, the player on the right hasn't got the 2 markers they collected, and the player on the left hasn't got their yellow marker. And if I go and try to collect the yellow marker again, it doesn't do anything, and I can just walk straight through it. Perfect. We can also go up and just collect a new marker once we've reloaded, and it will just keep updating that data. Get the pop-up and it appears. Wonderful. But yeah, like I say, for the viewport frame, you may wish to... Your best bet, if you want it to scale on every single device, so if you're not just making this for desktop, but you're making it for mobile as well, is you're going to want to use an image instead of a viewport frame. So just create an image of every single marker you have, some sort of decal, an image, whatever. You're going to have to create an image anyway for badges, if you make badges for your markers. So create an image and replace the viewport frame with an image label. And then in this local script, rather than doing all this stuff here, you can just hide and show that image. But I'm going to cover that when we do the badges anyway, because for now, this is all right, this is okay, but there is a way to improve the system, and I will show you how to do that towards the end of the series. We're kind of building the foundations now, and then we're improving it as we go, rather than just doing it all good from the start and then it becomes really confusing. I know it's felt like I've skimmed through a lot of stuff in this video, but that's because I've already got a data store video out. I apologise about the debugging at the end as well. Glad we've got that fixed now. First, add a character rig to the workspace. We'll use this to design the tag. So we need to delete the humanoid. Open up the rig and delete the humanoid, because that will remove the little rig text above the head. Add a billboard GUI to the character's head. I will name this player tag. Next, I'll add a text label into this billboard GUI, and I will change the text to say 0 out of 0 for now. We'll change this in script later. Now we want to play around with the size, so change the size of the text label to scale it to 1010. This means it will take up the full size of the billboard GUI. I'll leave a video linked in the description about scaling UI in Roblox. Then we need to adjust the size of the billboard GUI. Now adjust this to be whatever size you would like. For a billboard GUI, it should be a scale value, not an offset. So for me, I'm going to go for 4010, and that makes it a bit larger. And then we need to reposition the billboard GUI. So I'm going to, on the billboard GUI, change the studs offset, and I want it to go up, which is the Y direction, and I'm going to put that at about 2 maybe. Yep, perfect. Now you can design the text label however you would like. Now for a billboard GUI, you should always use text scaled, because as you can see, as I get further away, the text doesn't seem to scale with the billboard GUI. So you make sure you use text scaled. Other than that, design it however you would like, and I'll get back to you once I've got a design. Okay, I've got a little design here, and I've made the background transparency 1, so we don't have that background in there anymore. Once you're happy with your design, drag the player tag from the character to replicated storage. We put it here because we're going to clone it for each player and add it to each player's head once they join the game. And we can now delete the rig character. Now we need to add a new script to server script service, and I will name it tag handler. In here we need the players service, so players is game : get service players. We also need replicated storage, so replicated storage is game : get service replicated storage. And we also need the collection service, so collection service is game : get service collection service. And now, just to make sure that all the tags have loaded in, all the markers have loaded in, I'm just going to add a quick wait here. And this will just make sure all the assets have loaded into the game before we run the code. This wait should be long enough. If not, you can maybe make it wait 2 seconds, for example. But that should be long enough. And then we'll just say tag equals replicated storage, wait for child, player tag. And that gets the tag in replicated storage. And we also want to store the number of tags, the number of markers in the game. So number of tags equals hashtag for the number of collection service, get tagged, marker. This will get the number of markers in the game. And then when the player joins, we're going to, when their character's loaded, clone the tag, add the cloned tag to their head, and then we'll update the text. So we'll say players.playerAdded, connect function, passing in the player that joins the game. Now we're going to use a new function we've not used in this series yet, called character added, and this is automatically fired whenever the player's character loads. So we can say player.characterAdded, connect function, and passing in the character, the player's character. Now make sure this is player and not players, because we don't want the player's service, we just want the individual player whose character is loaded. And then we'll clone the tag, so local clone equals tag : clone. Then we'll get the head, so local head is character : wait for child head. And then we'll say clone.parent equals head, and this will position the clone inside of the character's head. Next, we need to actually update the text. Now, there's going to be quite a few if statements here, because we want to make sure that everything's loaded to avoid errors. So what I'll do is, while wait 0.5 do, just every half a second, we're going to update each player's tag. We'll loop through every single player. So for underscore comma player in iPairs, players get player, or get players, sorry, do. We're doing the underscore because we don't need to access the index anywhere. We only need the player objects. If player.character, then, so if the player's character has loaded in, then we'll get their head. Local head equals player.character, find first child head. We don't really want to be doing wait for child here because it's in a while loop. It could get quite demanding and performance heavy. So we'll just use find first child, and we can say if head then. So if the head exists, then we'll get the tag. So local tag equals head find first child player tag. And this will find the player tag inside of the player's head. And if the tag exists, then we'll get the player's leader stats. So local leader stats equals player find first child leader stats, all lowercase. If the leader stats exists, then we'll get the found, so the number of markers they found. So local found equals leader stats find first child found. If the found exists, then we will update the text label. So we will say tag.text label .text equals toString found.value, so the number of markers we've found, dot, and I'll concatenate a /, dot, and then toString and the number of tags that exist. So now this will say, for example, if we've found 3, it will say 3 out of, and however many markers I have, which I think is 8 or 9. So 3 out of 8, 3 out of 9, whatever it is. Now we can close that. And finally, we need to set the name display distance property under starter player to 0. I've already done that here. I think by default it's at 100. So just set that to 0. Because otherwise the player's name will appear above their character, which blocks our tag. So if we set it to 0, it will unblock the tag. So now if we hit test, and if I run it on 2 clients, in fact. Here we go. So player 1 has got 2 out of 8 markers found, and player 2 has 3 out of 8 markers found, and they have their different tags just here. If I was to go collect another one, for example, I'm going to get player 2 to collect this purple marker, and we should see it say 4 out of 8 on their tag, and this other one will stay the same. So I can't click them. I can't collect the marker for some reason. Not sure why that is. I think it's actually because there we go. So now that one says 3 out of 8. I think it's because I've played around with the saves, and now the data might be corrupted. Now if I press this one, there we go. 4 out of 8. Wonderful. So I think the reason for that problem is because my data is corrupted. I'll just double check that. I just set a new data store quickly, and I'll just use one player, and I'll go and collect a marker. So I'll collect the same one again, just to test this out. So yeah, okay, so it does disappear. If I load back in, it should disappear again. I think it's just because when I was testing it off camera, yes, so it has disappeared. Okay, so I think I just had a bit of corrupted data there. Nothing too much to worry about. Wonderful. First, let's create the GUI. Add a screen GUI to start a GUI, and name this something appropriate. Index GUI. Add a frame, and name it background. And design it how you'd like. Be sure to change the size and position using scale and not offset. For more information on this, check out my video on scaling UI in Roblox. Okay, so here's what I've done. I've just given it a background color of a blue, and I've made the size this size here, and the position this position here, using scale, not offset. I've added a UI aspect ratio constraint with this aspect ratio. This will be different for everyone. This just makes sure that as I scale the screen size, it stays the exact same aspect ratio, so it doesn't squash or anything like that. I've added a UI corner, just to give it a bit of a corner effect, and I've added a stroke to give it more depth. Now add a button to the index GUI. Not the background, the index GUI. This will be used to toggle our background on and off. I'll rename this toggle button. Okay, so I've just added a button, designed it again, added the size and the position in a scale not offset, added a UI aspect ratio constraint, and just made it I, which stands for index, just because I don't have an actual image or anything to use. We need to write some code that will toggle the background visible and invisible. So we're going to insert a local script into our toggle button. And first let's get the toggle button. So toggle button is script.parent, and we'll also get the background because that's the frame we want to hide and unhide. So background is toggle button dot parent is the index GUI, and then we want dot background. And then what we'll do is just toggle button dot mouse button one click colon connect function, and so whenever the button's clicked, we're just going to make the background dot visible property, and we're going to set that to the opposite of whatever it currently is. So it will toggle on and off. So if it's on, it will go off. If it's off, it will go on. So to do that, we'll just say not, and then background.visible. And we can close this script, just quickly test that it works. So I'll hit test and play, and I can turn this on and off. Perfect. I'm going to add a section to the background, which will display any marker that we click on in the index. This will display an image of the marker, the name of the marker, the area it can be found in, and a hint. I'll add a frame to the background, and I'll name this chosen frame. Here we go. So here's my chosen frame. I've just made it a darker blue and scaled it so it covers the entire Y size, and just made it a portion of the X. Added the corner, the exact same corner, just so it matches with what already exists, or it's very similar. It's slightly off. As you can see, it's a bit more of a corner here than it is here. So I could just play around with this corner until we get something that matches, which, to be fair, that looks about right. So I'll leave it like that. And I've just added the UI stroke just to give it that outside border radius. I could make this a slightly lower thickness, but I like it matching with what is already there. Next, I'll add a text label for the name, a text label for the area, a text label for the hint, and a viewport frame for the picture of the index. Okay, so this is my layout here. I'm pretty happy with this. So I've just added the viewport frame, which at the minute has a white background. I might just make that a blue background just to match in, so I'll pick the screen color. And I might just make it a little bit lighter. There we go. And then we got the name text up here. I've got the area text and the hint text. I'm not going to go over all the details of all the UI, because this is something that will be individual for everyone. Everyone will design UI how they want. Just note that I've made everything scale and not done offset. Again, more details on that in my video I've linked in the description. Because now if I move this, it all scales accordingly. Now let's add a scrolling frame into the background. This will be used to scroll down the page. So I'm going to close up everything I don't need. Just need the background here, and I'm going to add in a scrolling frame. Here we go. So I've just made it the size that doesn't fill the chosen frame. So the entire size of the background minus the chosen frame. And I've made it a background transparency of 1 because otherwise it looks like this. And I just want it to have the same background. I almost want it as if the users can't tell there's a scrolling frame here over the top of an original frame. I want them to think it's all just one frame. Now you can remove this scroll bar if you'd like. I'm going to keep it, but I want this to size automatically based on how many items exist in the frame. So to do that, set the canvas size to 0, 0, 0, 0. This means that the scrolling frame now has no size. It will not scroll because there is no size to it. We only want this frame to scroll downwards and upwards. So set the automatic canvas size property to Y because that's up and down. And next we can add a UI grid layout. So add a UI grid layout. And this will be used to automatically position our markers in the index. Now if I add a viewport frame, for example, because each of our markers will be a viewport frame in the index, I'll get onto that in a minute, you can see how this designs. And if I keep duplicating this, it's laying them all out for us. Now we want a bit more customizability over this design. If I go to the UI grid layout, I can change the cell padding and the cell size. I recommend again you do this with scale and not offset. At the minute it's on offset. So I always leave the padding at 0, 0, 0 to get started. I just want to figure out what I want the size to be. And what I'll do is only leave 2 in here, and I'll just add a tiny bit of padding. Padding is the last thing I worry about, but on the X, I'll just add a 0.01, just so we can see the difference between the two. Okay, and here is my design. So I've added a bunch of items here, and if you want to know what my setup is, it's on the UI grid layout. I have a 0.033, 0, 0.033, 0 on the cell padding, and there's a bit of maths behind it because I've gone for a cell size of 0.30, 0.30. So that means I can fit 3 items in to 0.9 on the scale, so 9/10 of the scale, and then I can use the padding to get the last 1/10. So I can use 0.033 padding, which will get me up to that full scale here, and it fits nicely next to the scroll bar, which you can't scroll in the editor. So with that in mind, I think it all works pretty well. There is a little problem here where it's kind of going outside where my corner is. I'm not too worried about it, to be honest. You could just bring the scrolling frame down a little bit. I could bring it down to here. And then maybe I could just add a little top bar here and just design it in, and maybe that could be a little header, so it goes up into the header. But to be honest, I'm not too bothered. It's not a massive deal. Everyone's design will be different anyway. The only downside to my sizing is that each frame isn't an exact square. It's 118 by 106 on this screen resolution, and it will stay at that aspect ratio. I'm not too worried with viewport frames because it's not like an image where we're stretching it really large and it's going to lose quality. Because it's an object, it's all done through the camera anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, now I'm going to delete all the viewport frames, all but one of them. And we need to set up a camera that will be at the origin, which is position 0, 0, 0. And this will be used to render the markers in our index. So go to the workspace and duplicate the camera in the workspace and rename the new camera to index camera. Set the C frame position to 0, 0, 0 and the orientation to 0, 0, 0, and repeat this for the focus. Now go to our marker viewport frame and set the current camera property to our new index camera. Do the same for the viewport frame inside of the chosen frame as well. So set the current camera of this to the index camera. And now we can get our first marker. I'll go for the pink marker. So duplicate it and place it inside of the marker viewport frame. We need to remove the marker tag from this marker so the game doesn't confuse it with a collectible marker. So go to the properties and remove that marker tag. Now we can set the position to the same position we used in our pop-up script. If you didn't follow that tutorial, set the position of the marker to 0, 0, 0, and play around with the X or the Z coordinate until you can see it. For me, I need the Z coordinate to be -6. If you're struggling with this, go check out my video on the pop-up. I explain in a bit more detail what we need to do there. Now you'll also notice that my pink marker has a decal on it. This does not have a decal. We can kind of see the shadow of it, but we need to rotate it. So we may need to play around with the orientation. So I'll set the orientation to 0 on the Y. Okay, that didn't do it. Let's try -90. No, okay, so we'll try 180. Just keep adding 90 until you see it. There we go, now it's facing the right way. Okay, I've just quickly added in a name text, so I copied it from my chosen frame and put it at the top, and I've also added I need to rename this, I've copied the area text label and added it, and this is going to be our found label. So this will just say whether or not we found the marker, so it'll say not found or found. At the minute it says not found, I've just manually set that and made the text red. Next we need to add a button to the viewport frame, and this will select the marker and place it in the chosen frame. So add a button, it can be image or text, to the viewport frame, and we're going to set the size to 1010, so it engulfs the entire viewport frame, and we're going to set the background transparency to 1, so it can't be seen. Also remove the text, so it's basically an invisible button. Now I will rename the viewport frame to the name of the marker, so I will call it pink marker. Make sure the name of the viewport frame is set to the exact same name as the marker it displays, so we know exactly what marker it's for. This includes spaces and capitalization. This is how we will find the correct marker in the index to update once we collect a marker. So it's very important that the name of the viewport frame is the exact same as the name of the marker. Now we'll repeat this process for each marker, so I'll duplicate the pink marker, and the next one is the orange marker, so I'll rename this to orange marker, and duplicate the orange marker, bring it into this viewport frame. I can delete the pink marker and remove the tag, very important you remove the tag, and again set the position to 0, 0, 0, the orientation, I'll put it 0, 0, 90 for now. I'm going to move my position so it's in the frame, which for me is Z-6. I don't think the orange one has a decal, it doesn't, so it doesn't really matter what way it's facing, and I'll update the name text. Now, you can do the name text in script, but I'm just going to manually update them because it's not that time consuming. So this one will say orange marker, this other one will say pink marker. There we go. And I'll repeat this for all the markers in my game. It's a bit of a laborious process, but it's definitely worth it once it's done. Okay, so I've added all of my markers. Remember to take the marker tag off all the markers in the GUI. I'll open up every viewport frame here, select every single marker, and this is a test to make sure that you've definitely done it. So select all your markers. I know it's a bit tedious if you've got a lot of them. Go to the properties tag, and if you still see the marker tag, that means at least one of them still has that marker tag. So just press the little X and remove it. Now we can close all of them up for now. Okay, we need to add a local script to the scrolling frame. I'll rename this to load chosen. This is going to be used to load the marker info onto the chosen frame when clicked. So to get started, we're going to assign a button click event to every single button in these viewport frames. So first, let's get the scrolling frame. So scrolling frame is script.parent, and then we want to get every single descendant of the scrolling frame, and if the descendant that we're looking at is a text button or an image button, we're going to add a click event to it. So we will say for underscore comma v in I pairs scrolling frame colon get descendants do. If v colon is a text button or v colon is a image button, just like this, uppercase I, uppercase A, and the text button and image button must be spelled like this too. If that is the case, then we're going to say v.mouse button one click colon connect, and we're going to assign a function. So let's quickly just make a function up here, and I will name this function load marker info, and we will call that function for now. Let's get the chosen frame, which will be equal to scrolling frame dot parent dot chosen frame. And we also want the chosen viewport, which will be the chosen frame dot viewport frame. So we've got, after the viewport frame, we've got the hint. So chosen hint equals chosen frame dot hint label. Chosen name equals chosen frame dot name label. It can't be name. This text label must not be called name, as this clashes with the name property. It must be something else. You can't just do that, because that will clash with the name property and you could get an error. And we'll also do chosen area equals chosen frame dot area label. Next, I'm going to create a dictionary of marker info. The key will be the name of the marker, and there will be a value set to an array, and the first item will be an area and the second item will be the hint. So you'll see what I mean. So marker info equals, it's going to be a dictionary, and we're going to go through each marker. So the pink marker is going to be equal to a table, and the first item is the area. So this can be found, I think it's light blue. Yeah, so the pink marker can be found in my light blue area. So light blue, and the hint will be found in light blue. I'm not going to be very creative with these. I'm just going to make them. Obviously, your areas will be different. Your hints will be different. Feel free to go all out. I'm going to add a comma, and I will copy this line, paste it in, and I'm going to repeat this for every single marker I have. I'll get back to you once I've done that. Here we go. So I've done all of my markers. Make sure that the key is spelled exactly what the name of the marker is in the workspace, or again, it will not work. Now in our load marker info, the first thing we want to do when we load a marker is check if our viewport frame already has a marker in it, because we're going to duplicate each marker into the viewport frame in the chosen frame every time we want to see a new marker in there. If we keep doing that and we're not removing the old children, we're just going to keep stacking up markers and markers, and soon we're going to have 100 markers in the viewport frame, and it's not going to be very performance efficient. So we'll start by checking if the frame already has a marker in it. If so, we're going to delete it. So if the number of chosen viewport, get children, is greater than 0, then we'll loop through each child. So for underscore comma v in iPairs, chosen viewport, get children, do, and we'll say v destroy. Now before we can clone the marker inside the index viewport frame and add it to the chosen frame, we need to get the button that we've clicked, and we also need to get the name of the marker. Now we can do that by passing some parameters in here. We can take the button as a parameter, and we can also take the marker name as a parameter. So now when we are connecting this function, we need to add some parameters. So I'll say function, and then in here we'll call load marker info. I'm going to pass in the button, which is v, and the marker name. Now the marker name will be the parent of the button. As you can see, the button is a child of the viewport frame, so the parent is the viewport frame. We just need the name of the viewport frame, so we can pass in v.name. Make sure that's name with an uppercase. And now in here, we can clone the marker. So we'll say local marker object equals button dot parent find first child marker name. And what this is doing is it's getting the button, the parent is the viewport, and then we're finding the marker from its name. So we're getting the actual marker object. If the marker object exists, then we're going to clone it. So local clone equals marker object clone. Clone.parent equals the chosen viewport, because we want to put this clone inside of the viewport frame, and then we'll update the texts. So chosen name equals clone.name. And I need to make this chosen name.text, sorry, just to access that text property. Chosen area.text equals, and this is going to be marker info, clone.name, and we want the first item. So we're accessing this key, and we want the first item, which is the area. And then we'll do the same for the hint. So chosen hint.text equals marker info, taking in clone.name, and 2. We don't even need to keep accessing this name. We could just use marker name, which is exactly what I'll do. So I'll use marker name in all of these. So now what we could do is press play, click on these, and we should be able to update the viewport frame. We are getting an error though. Attempt to index nil with number. So we'll have a little look at that. So the name we're passing through is nil. Marker name seems to be nil. Okay, so the first thing I've noticed is we're deleting loads of children. So let's go to this viewport frame in the chosen frame, and I've got my UI corner and my UI stroke, so I've got 2 children. So I only want to delete stuff if there's more than 2 children. And if there is, then I want to check if v colon is a, and I only want to delete it if it's a base part or it's a model. Because then we know it's a marker, so then we'll just say v colon destroy. So now when I press play and click something, it won't remove my effect, although we're still getting this error. So let's look into why we're getting that. Okay, so the reason we're getting this error is because we're doing v.name into the parameter. This should be v.parent.name, because the v.name will be the name of the button, and we want the name of the parent of the button. So we'll pass in v.parent.name. So now when we press play and click these, there we go, now it's working, and it's updating with our area, our name, and our hint. Now we need to update the found text when the player collects a marker. We'll need a remote event that is fired by the server to the client, which tells the client to update the text label to found. Add a remote event to replicated storage, named update index. Now open the marker handler script, and we're going to add this remote event at the top here. Update index, re equals replicated storage, wait for child, update index. Now in our touch event, once we collect the marker and we fire the hide marker remote event, we'll also update the index. So we'll say update index remote event, fire client, and we're going to pass in the player. We're also going to pass in the name of the marker. We'll actually write this function in a second. Now back in the load chosen script, we'll add replicated storage to the top. So replicated storage is game, get service replicated storage. And we'll get our update index remote event again, which is replicated storage, wait for child, update index. Right at the bottom, we will say update index remote event, on client event, connect. We're going to connect a function in here, which takes the marker name as a parameter. And we'll get the marker frame from the marker name. So we'll look for the frame inside of the scrolling frame, and we'll get the frame based on its name. So local marker frame equals scrolling frame, find first child, marker name. If the marker frame exists, then we'll say local found label equals marker frame dot found label. This found label is just the name of your found label inside of the frame. And we'll say found label dot text equals found, and then we'll update the color. Found label dot text color free equals color free dot from RGB. I like to use. I'm going to go for a nice green color. You can select it by selecting this wheel icon here. And finally, we need to update the index when the player loads. So in the data store script, we'll add replicated storage as a service. Replicated storage is game get service replicated storage. I'm sure you know that off by heart now. And we'll also get the update index remote event, which again, replicated storage, wait for child, update index. And then all we'll do is when we load the marker data, so line 86, in this little bit here, after we've loaded the data, we'll say if data to I is true. So if the value of the marker found is true, so we have found the marker when we load it, then we'll update the index remote event. We'll fire that event, passing in the player and the name of the marker, which will just be I. Because this is the key. I is the key and the key is the name of the marker. That's the way we set it up. And you can see how it's sort of all coming together now. So now we can close the data store script. And we just need to test it. So I will set the background to visible equals false, just so we can't see it. I'll press test and play. Now when I press the index, 3 of the markers I've found before are marked as found. And if I get a new marker, so let's pick up this salmon marker, and I touch it, you can see the salmon marker gets updated to found. Of bug fixes and minor improvements. First, we need to fix a bug where the markers don't always disappear after the player loads their data. We can find the cause of this issue inside the hide markers script. When we load the markers, they may have not loaded on the client, so we may be trying to hide a marker that hasn't actually loaded. If the collected marker loads after we try to hide it, it will not be hidden. Now what we need to do is right at the top of the script after we've loaded data, we'll just say repeat wait and just do 0.2 until game is loaded. This is a code snippet I found from a dev forum thread, which I'll leave linked in the description. It checks if the game has loaded every 0.2 seconds, and if it has, the code below it will begin running. So now we can test this, and it shouldn't actually hide our markers until the game has loaded. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 5 of my markers have been hidden. So if I was to keep trying it, they should all hide every single time, and we shouldn't have any problems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, so they all load, and it seems to be working fine. Let's try it one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, so they're all hiding. Perfect. It was just a case of making sure we wait until every single marker has loaded, because here's why, really. If we was to grab our collection service just before the repeat, wait, we'll do print the number of collection service :get tagged marker, and then we'll do it afterwards as well. We'll now get a before and after. So I have 8 markers in my project. I know that I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 markers. So after should say 8, and before we'll see what it says. When we first run the game, it says there's only 3 markers. Once the game's finished loading, it says there's 8. Without going into too much detail, what's basically happening is when the client begins their game, it's requesting all the data from the server and essentially creating a copy of it onto the client. So it's basically got to copy the models from the workspace on the server into its own client, and that takes a bit of time. So if we're running code before that's finished happening, it's not going to work, and that's essentially why some of our markers weren't hiding. So it's just this one line of code here that we had to add to fix that bug. The next problem we need to fix isn't a bug, but a lack of implementation from the index video. If we make the background frame visible in the index GUI, we can see the chosen frame. We only want to see the contents of the chosen frame if we've selected a marker. Inside the load chosen script, under scrolling frame, we need to basically add some code which will just set the frames to visible. So in the load marker info, right at the end, we'll just enable the stuff. So we'll say chosen viewport frame dot visible equals true. Chosen area dot visible equals true, chosen hint dot visible equals true, and chosen name dot visible equals true, and that's it. Close that script, and I'm going to set the name, the hint, the area, and the viewport frame to visible equals false. Now we can't see that. Now I'll hide the background, press play, and now when I open up this index, until I click a marker, nothing will show on that side. Finally, if we was to test this again and reset our character, so I've got the pink, the green, the red, the yellow, and the salmon marker found. If I now reset my character, and then I open up the index once I respawn, nothing's been found. And this is a bit of a problem. This has an incredibly easy fix. Click on the index GUI, and go to the properties, and disable reset on spawn. And that's it. Now if we was to try it again, that just stops the GUI resetting on the spawn. Just make sure, so all of our markers are still disappearing. Now if I reset my character, I'll even select something in the chosen frame, respawn, and I'll close it and then reopen it, just so we're refreshing the view, and it's still the exact same. When a player collects a marker, they'll be given a badge. So head over to the Roblox creator page. I'll leave a link in the description. Go to dashboard, find your creation, and now scroll down until we find badges. Quite a way down, it's under engagement and badges, and click create a badge. Note that you can only create 5 badges within any 24-hour period. This means you can only create 5 badges a day. If you want to make all your badges now, you'll need to pay 100 Robux for each additional badge within the same 24-hour period. So if you've got a lot of markers, I'd recommend just doing 5 badges a day for the next week, for example, or however long, until you've got all your badges. If you of course need them now, then you will have to pay Robux for each additional one over 5. Let's go over creating an image for a badge. Okay, so I'm going to use Canva to create my badge. I'll leave a link again in the description for Canva. It's a very, very good asset creator, really. So under home, I'm going to click on custom size and create a new custom size. Now for a badge, I like to go for 150 by 150 pixels. Now all I'm going to do is just add in a circle shape and maybe some text which says the name of the marker. I'm not going to spend long on designing, but feel free to design a good badge. So I'll click on elements and I'm going to find shapes. And I want like a badge shape, so maybe this polygon looks quite good. And then I can size it up, maybe like a size like this. And if I want, I can type in straight into here. Here we go, this is all I'm going to do. I'm just going to do one badge for today. I'm not going to do multiple. just because it's quite a time consuming process and I don't want to waste time in the tutorial. This is all I've done. If you want to spend more time on it, go for it. What you could do is actually go and get a screenshot of this, so I could look at my red marker and actually take an image of it using the snipping tool. And then I could paste it into my Canva project, maybe cut out the background and so on. But this isn't really a tutorial on using Canva. There are other things you could use as well. You could use Photoshop, Photopea, completely up to you, GIMP. Anyway, once we've got a design that we're happy with, we now need to download it. So go to File and click Download. And we're going to download it as a PNG. You could add a transparent background, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. Once that's done, we can go back to our creator page, click Upload Image, and upload the marker we've just created. It doesn't look brilliant, but that's just my design. I'll rename this to Red Marker. And this description will be, you found the red marker. Click Badges Enabled, make sure that's enabled. If that's not enabled, then players won't actually be able to earn your badge. And then hit Create Badge. In our marker handler script, so under Server Script Service and Marker Handler, we want to get a table of all our badges. So first of all, let's get the badge service so we can access badges. So badge service is game:get service badge service. And we need a table of all our badges. So essentially each badge has an ID. So I'm going to create a table named badges. It's going to actually be a dictionary. The first key is going to be the name of the marker. So I'm going to do red marker. And this will be equal to the badge ID. So to find the badge ID then, find your badge under badges, click the three dots at the top and hit copy asset ID. And then we can paste that in here. Then I can do a comma and just keep repeating this for every single badge, for every marker. So if I had one badge for every marker, I think I've got 8 markers. So I would have 8 IDs here. But I've only got one, so I'm just going to do one. Now, in our touch event, we'll give the player the badge. So after we've fired the update index from our event, we'll say if not badge service, user has badge async, player.user ID, passing in the badges, and then we want the marker.name, because we're accessing the name of the marker for the key, and that'll give us the value. Then, so this means that they don't have the badge. If this calls, they don't have the badge. So we'll give them the badge. So badge service, award badge, passing in the player.user ID, and badges and the name of the marker. So to get that key, so marker.name, and this will award the player the badge. Now we have got a problem. I've only got a badge for the red marker. If the player collects the orange marker, it's going to try and find the orange marker inside of badges, which doesn't exist, and it could give us an error. So let's just add an extra check. We can say if badges marker name, and then cut all of this code, and we can put that inside of here. And this just makes sure that that key exists, because if it doesn't exist, the value would just be nil by default. So then we're going to try, otherwise we'd be trying to award a nil badge. We'd be passing a nil, that would give us an error. So we want to make sure the badge isn't nil first. Let's give it a go. So I'm going to collect, well, I've already collected all the markers. So I'm going to add a new data store. So go to data store and just make this version 10. I've done a lot of testing. So now I've got no markers. If I collect the purple marker, or the pink, I forget what one this is, they all look the same, it doesn't give me the badge. Normally it will pop down here saying it gives you the badge. Now if I collect the red marker, you get down here, badge awarded. I've won the red marker award. Perfect. And that's it. So you can do this for every single badge. You don't need to do any duplicate code. The only code you need to add are badge IDs to here. So if I had a yellow ID, I could add a comma and then make a yellow marker, and this will be its own unique code here. And you just repeat that for every single marker that you have a badge for. And if you don't have a badge for that marker, this if statement protects us so we don't get any errors. There aren't many unique use cases for badges in a Roblox game, so if you'd like to know how to give the user a badge for something else, such as playing for 5 minutes, let me know in the comments and I can make a separate video unique to your requests. Right now, when a player collects a marker, some UI elements appear instantly on the screen. This isn't a very smooth or appealing pop-up. So first let's add a frame under Starter GUI to our marker found GUI. And I'll rename this to viewport area. This will have the exact same size and position as the viewport frame. So copy the position and paste it over, and copy the size and paste it over. I'm not going to worry about the whole scaling on multiple devices, especially with our UI aspect ratio constraints like we've done with the index GUI, because I've already shown you how to do that. I'm not going to go over it again. Make sure the background transparency is set to 1. This will just be used to scale the viewport frame to the size of the area as an animation. You'll see what I mean when we get programming. But what we will want to do is put the viewport frame inside of the viewport area. And obviously that's now going to resize our viewport frame. So we need to just manually change some stuff around here. So I'm going to set the anchor point of the viewport frame to 0.5, 0.5, just so that the origin will be in the middle of the viewport frame, because I'm going to have the animation so it will basically scale from 0 to 1, so it will get larger and then it will get smaller again, and I want it to get larger from the center. By default, with an anchor point of 0, 0, it's going to get larger from top left, so it's going to kind of come in from top left. I don't really want that, so 0.5, 0.5 it is for me. And then I will just set the position to 0.50, 0.50, and that put it at the very middle of our viewport area. And I'll set the size to 1010, just so it scales the entire area. Now let's program our animation. So open up the local script, and we're going to add the tween service. So tween service is game::get service, tween service. And the tween service is used for creating animations via tweens. Now in our GUI, we've got a screen GUI of script.parent. That's the main GUI holding all the elements. And we've got our viewport frame, which is actually now under the viewport area. So let's add our viewport area. So viewport area is going to be equal to screen GUI dot viewport area. It should be a dot, not /. Now our viewport frame will be equal to the viewport area dot viewport frame. Everything else can stay the same. Now let's set up some tween settings. So this is how our animation will behave. We can have our tween info in is going to be tween info.new. Open up this bracket here, the parentheses, and our tween info in is going to be the animation's behavior. So this is going to be how the animation will enter when we first start the animation, how it's going to appear on the screen, and then we'll also have a tween info out, which will be how the animation disappears, how the pop-up disappears. So this is how it's going to appear. So we start with the time. So I'm going to go for 0.4 seconds as a guess for what this will look like. This is our time. Then we got our easing style. So I want it to smoothly come in and out. So I'm going to go for enum.easing style dot. I'm going to go for quad. So it actually gives you a description of what all of these are here. There's quite a few. So we've got back, sine, linear, quad, cubic. It's all mathematical. Quad here is similar to sine, but with a slightly sharper curve based on quadratic interpolation. Basically, a sine graph is like a wave. It goes up and then down and then up and then down. If we use quad, it's got slightly sharper curve, so it's a bit sharper, essentially. If you don't want to get into the maths with it, then don't worry too much. And finally, we have our easing direction. So this is basically how fast it starts and ends. So say enum.easing direction. And if we go for in, then the easing style is applied in a forward direction. So quad is going to start slow and end fast. If we go for out, it's going to start fast and end slow. And we can also do an in-out, which is like sort of in the middle. So I'm going to go with out because I want the animation to start fast and end slow. Now let's go for our animation out. So tween info, in fact I'll copy all of this here and paste it in again, and rather than this being tween info in, it will be tween info out. Again I'll do 0.4. I'm going to go for quad again, but this time it will be in because I want it to start slow and end fast. Now let's actually animate the pop-up appearing. So we'll say function tween in. So this is our tween in, so this is our animation when the elements appear. So we'll start by making the elements visible. So we can say viewport frame, well let's just copy our code down here. There's no point rewriting code we've already written. So where we hide our objects, let's copy that and paste it in. So viewport frame dot visible will be equal to true. name text.visible will be true, and found text.visible will be true. And then we need our starting values before the animation. So if we're animating in, we want the initial scale size of every element to be 0. We don't want to be able to see the element, we want to scale it up. So I will say viewport frame dot size equals udim2 dot from scale 0, 0. And then I'll make the name text and found text invisible. So I want the actual marker frame to scale up, and I want the texts to fade in and out. Name text dot text transparency equals 1, and found text dot text transparency equals 1. Now we'll animate this to the full size and make it visible. We'll say tween service :create. In here we need the element that we're animating, so the viewport frame, the tween settings, which will be our tween info in function. There should be a comma here, there we go. And then we need the properties that we're animating. So the size, which we're going to set to udim2 dot from scale, and we're going to set it to a scale of 1, 1. So it will match the entire area of the container, the viewport area. And then we'll say : play, and this will play the animation. So we're setting the size property. Make sure this size is spelled exactly how the property is here. Uppercase S, lowercase I, Z, E, otherwise it will not work. And then we'll copy this line, paste it in 2 more times because we've got 3 elements to animate. And one will be for the name text, and one will be for the found text. The name text, we're going to not animate the size, but the text transparency. And that's the same for the found text. And it won't be set to udim2 dot from scale, it will just be set to 0, because we want to make the text visible. And that is it for the pop-up appearing. Now let's copy this function, drop down and paste it again, and this will be tween out. So this is our pop-up disappearing. We're not going to hide anything straight away, we're actually going to hide everything at the end. So let's cut that and put it right at the end. Make elements invisible. So we'll set the viewport frame.visible to false, the name text visible to false, and the found text visible to false. We'll do that once we've played all the animation. So let's delete everything else, and we'll start again. So we're going to shrink the viewport frame. Because I want it to animate out as it shrinks, so I'm going to make it go from a scale of 1, 1 to 0, 0, so we can't see it again. So I'll just say local tween 1 equals tween. I've actually spelled tween service wrong up here, so I'm going to fix that and then fix it here as well. Tween service. There we go. So back to the tween out. So I'm going to create a tween for all of our elements now. So let's start with the viewport frame. I'll copy these 3 lines here, paste them in. Tween service :create. Viewport frame, tween info. This will be out now. We're going to do that for all 3 of these. Our out settings, which is here. And the size will be going from a scale, it'll be going to 0, 0, not 1, 1. So this will shrink it back to 0, 0. And we'll fade out our text, so make the text transparency 1 in both the name text and the found text. While they're playing, what we'll do is wait until the shrinking animation has finished, and then we will hide everything. Once the animations are finished, we'll hide everything. Because they're all playing around the same time, we only need to really check one. So what I'll do is set this tween to a variable. I'll say local tween equals tween service :create. I won't play it here. I'll play it down underneath after everything's been defined. And I'll do the same here as well. So I'll remove these plays and make these all a variable. So this will be local tween 1, this will be tween 2, and this will be tween 3. And the reason I'm going to make these a variable is because I want to track when they're finished. So then what we'll do is play all the tweens. Once they've been created, we'll play them. So tween 1, :play, tween 2, :play, tween 3, :play. And then we can wait until the shrinking animation is finished before we hide these elements. We can say tween 1 dot completed :wait. And that's all we really need to do. You could do a tween 2, tween 3 dot completed :wait as well. But we only need to check one because they're going to run at about the same time. If you want, you could do tween 3 as that's going to be the last one to run. So now in our hide marker remote event, we actually need to play these animations. We can remove our viewport frame.visible is true. We will update the name text, but we won't make the name text visible or the found text visible. We'll remove the wait 2 seconds, and we're going to remove the hide objects. We'll still destroy everything at the end, but between updating the name text and destroying stuff, we want to play the pop-up appear animation, so tween in, and we'll call that function. And then we'll keep the pop-up visible for however long. Then we'll say wait 2 again, or however long you want the pop-up to stay on the screen. Then we'll say tween out, and that will play the disappear animation. Now we can actually test this, so let's hit test and play. And we've got an error. Viewport area is not a valid member of screen GUI. So let's have a look. So this error is in the local script on line 10. So on line 10, we've got an error. So dot viewport area, that's because it's an uppercase V and I've got it as a lowercase v here. So if I make that an uppercase V, it should work. Hit play. No errors in the output, no orange warnings. Now let's go collect a marker. So if I collect the salmon marker, here we go, and it appears quite nicely on the screen. Now let's try the orange marker. Wonderful. And I'll just do one more. I think it's quite a nice animation. There we go, now we've got our green marker, and it works perfectly. There are many different ways you can animate your pop-up, and this is just one simple example. Today I'll show you how to keep your markers visible in your Find the Marker Roblox game. This video is optional and only recommended for people that want to keep their markers visible, so let's get into it. I'm going to do this video a little bit different to how we've done the others. I'm going to do this almost as a live demonstration. So I've not written a full script to this video that I'm following along with. I'm just going to work as we go, try and keep the cuts in this video to minimal to see the process so I can show you the process of how to do something like this. Because we're not really learning anything new in this video, we're just working what we already have and maybe adding a couple of new bits of code, but it's nothing unlike what we've seen already. So it's nothing that's out of the ordinary. So I will demonstrate how I'm going to do this. So we want to keep the markers visible. The first thing I'm going to do is go to replicate storage. I'm going to delete our hide marker remote event. Now I know that inside of starter player and starter player scripts we have this hide markers script. Let's open this up, and this purely just hides markers. So I'm going to delete that as well. Now if I hit test and play, we'll see what happens. So make sure you have the output window open, that's going to be very important. After a few seconds we get some warnings. Wait for child, hide marker, and it's infinite yield possible. This means the script is waiting for something called hide marker inside of replicated storage, and it's never finding it. So we need to change these scripts. So it's happening twice, once on line 7 inside of the marker handler, and once on line 6 inside of the local script inside of the marker found GUI. So let's stop this. We can actually click on these blue bits here, and it will take us to where the errors are happening. So hide marker remote event, we don't need that. Let's remove that from our marker handler script. We now get some errors here. Hide marker remote event, well that doesn't exist, so we'll get rid of that. And the script has no more errors now. Perfect. Now let's go to our second one, which is the local script inside of the marker found GUI. We can't click this because it's inside a player GUI here, and here it will actually be inside a starter GUI. So starter GUI, then marker found GUI, and then the local script. And it's on line 6, just here. So we can get rid of that event there, and we can then also get rid of replicated storage. So now we get this error here, and that's because we're no longer doing our pop-up. So this is how we show our pop-up for when the marker's found. So we need a new way of doing the pop-up. We can't rely on a hide marker anymore. So let's add back our replicated storage, and we'll still add an event, but this is going to be a new event. This will be show pop-up remote event. And this will be replicate storage, wait for child, and I'll create a new remote event called show pop-up. So I'll add a remote event and rename this to show pop-up. And now down here we can just do show pop-up remote event on client event, and it's all the exact same code, we're just changing the remote event. Now let's clear the output and press play again and see what happens. So after a few seconds, we don't have any warnings. Let's go and actually collect a marker now. So we can see now that none of the markers that we found are hiding. let's find one. So what one have I already found? Green marker. If I select this, we can't grab it anymore. Now let's go over to the blue marker, which I haven't yet found, which is in the orange area. And if I go and collect this blue marker, we'll see what happens. So we touch it, it goes to 6 out of 8. It's marked as found, but we never get that pop-up. And that's because we're never firing the pop-up. So let's open the server script service, open up the marker handler, and this is where we were originally, just here, firing that hide marker remote event. Well, now we need to add a show pop-up. So show pop-up remote event is replicated storage, wait for child show pop-up. And we need to fire that here, show pop-up remote event, fire client, passing in the player, and I believe we're passing in the marker. Let me have a little look. Yeah, we need the marker, so we'll pass the marker in. Perfect. Now, I'm just going to reset the data store and press play. So now when we go to clear the output, collect a marker, let's try this green one. Perfect, it appears on the screen, it says found, 1 out of 8. It gets marked as found in our index, and when we touch it again, nothing happens. Okay, that's all good. Now let's try leaving and rejoining and see if it loads. Okay, so it's still loading and the marker is still there and we can't collect it again. Perfect. Okay, so the only thing we need now really is a pop-up that says that the marker's already been found. Because when they touch the marker that they've already found, we want to make sure that we are having some sort of notification so that they know it's been found. So under starter GUI, I'm going to add a new screen GUI, and I'll rename this to error GUI. I will add in a little frame here, and I'll quickly design it how I want, and I'll get back to you once I've done that. Okay, so here is my text label. It's very, very basic. I've got this background frame, which has these properties. You can pause and copy them if you would like. I've got a UI aspect ratio constraint. I've got a UI corner. I've got a UI stroke just to add this outline here. And I've got a text label with the text, which will say already found. I'll update this in script to make it a bit better, but these are my text properties, and here are my size properties. I'm not going to go through them quickly because you should already be making your own GUI, but if you do want to use mine, that's absolutely fine. I'm now going to add in a local script into the background, and this is going to manage our pop-up. Now I'm actually going to cheat a bit with this, so let's go into our marker found GUI, open up this local script. I'm going to copy all of the code here and paste it in. And the reason for that is because I want a similar animation. We're going to have the tween service and the replicated storage. We need our show pop-up remote event, and the GUI that we need is going to be the background. The background, which is going to be script.parent, and we will also need the text label, which is background.textLabel. So I'm going to keep the exact same settings as before, and I'll go to our tween in, and the first thing we need to do is make the elements visible. So we'll make the background visible. We don't actually need to change the visibility of the text label, so let's just make sure text label is visible, and background I'll make invisible so we can't see it. The starting values before the animation, we'll make the text label.text transparency be 1. So before the animation plays, and it's going to have 0 scale. Then we'll animate it in, so rather than this being viewport frame, this will be background. And create the tween, this will be background, and the second tween will be the text label. We don't need a third tween, and we want to go from text transparency of 1 to 0, and we want to go to a scale of 1, 1. Now on our tween out, we'll delete that third tween. Tween 1 will be our background, and this will be the same, and tween 2 will be our text label, and this will be the same. Then we can remove tween 3 play, and we'll wait for tween 2 to complete. I'm just going to speed through this because we went over this in our pop-up improvement video, and then we can remove that. We just want to make the background visible to false, and that's it. And now for the show pop-up remote event, we can not clone the marker. We don't need to clone a marker. We don't need to set up a camera. We don't need to position the marker. We just need to set the text. So text label dot text is going to be equal to, I'm going to pass in the marker name as a parameter here. And this will be equal to marker name dot dot, and then we're going to say has already been found. Then we will play the animation, wait 2 seconds, and then play the animation out. And then we can remove that bit. We don't need to destroy the markers. And the last thing is we're showing a pop-up here. Well, the pop-up that we're showing isn't the right one. This is to show pop-up promote event, or when you find a marker. We want this to be an error pop-up. So I'll say error pop-up promote event is going to be replicated storage, wait for child, error pop-up. And down here, this will be error pop-up remote event. And then we will add a new remote event to replicated storage named error pop-up. And the last thing we need to do then is actually call the error pop-up. So let's close the local script, go into our marker handler. And in our touch event, when we do all these if statements, so if the marker.value is false, then we found the marker. If it's true, so we can add an else here. So if the marker has already been found, then we want to show the error. So let's add error pop-up here. So error pop-up remote event is replicated storage, wait for child, error pop-up. And then we can say error pop-up, fire client, passing in the player that we want to fire the client on, and then the marker name. So marker.name. Just like so. And now, if we close that, press play, let's try and collect this pink marker, and we'll see what happens. We collect it, and then we get a bunch of issues down here. Okay, so why is that not working? Well, it's quite simple. First of all, we see that the animation goes really big, and the reason for that is because we haven't added that container. We've copied this script from our marker found GUI, and we have a viewport area like as a container. And down here, we don't have a container. So let's duplicate the background and rename this to container. And all we need to do is take this background and put it inside the container. Now let's make the container visible, and the background can be visible too. And we can see that the container is now designed. Well, we don't want the container to have a design. So we'll keep the UI aspect ratio constraint because we want this to keep the same aspect ratio. We can remove the UI corner and the UI stroke, and we can remove the local script. And now this background, we can set the size to 1010, and we can set the position to 0.50, 0.50 with my anchor point here. I'll put the background transparency of the container to 1, because then if we hide the background, it's almost not there at all. The only thing that we need to do is delete the text label inside the container. So now, if we make the background visible, it's there. Okay, so just to recap that, what we need then, UI aspect ratio constraint in the container. The container should be the size. The background should be a size of 1010 at the position so it's centered in the middle. The UI aspect ratio constraint inside the background we don't need. The UI corner we need, the stroke we need, the local script we need, and the text label we need. Again, I'm not going into too much detail with that. I covered all this whole container thing when we went over the pop-up and made the pop-up animated. So watch that video if you don't really understand what's going on here. Now inside the local script, we can actually keep everything the same. We've not adjusted anything. Alright, let's also hide our background so we can't see that. And we now need to add a debounce so it doesn't show up loads and loads of times each second. So go into the local script. At the very top, we're just going to add a debounce. So we'll add a debounce here. Debounce will be set to false. Now on the client event, what we'll say is if debounce is equal to false, then, and only then, will we do all of this. So if debounce is false, then we'll update the text label, play the tween in, wait 2 seconds, then play the tween out. And only once we've played the tween out will we set debounce back to true. Now if we test this, it should only play once every second. So let's give it a go. So let's go collect our green marker that we've already found. And it's still doing it. And the reason it's still doing it is because I made a mistake. We want to set debounce to true at the start of the if statement and debounce to false at the end of the if statement. So now it should reset. So let's go and collect this yellow marker. It should work. Here we go, it plays it, and then it says it's been found. Now if we touch it, it says it's been found, and it doesn't keep glitching out. Okay, the text has a little glitch there. That's because it's scaling. So if I made text scaled equal false, it wouldn't do that. But I'm not going to worry too much about making it perfect right now. Now we just need to make sure it doesn't say already found if you're collecting it for the first ever time. We'll just say if, now let's just get one of the labels from our marker found GUI, because if, for example, the found text is visible, we know that they found the marker for the first time because that's popping up. If that's visible, then we don't want to show the error GUI as well. So on our twinning, we'll just say if, and then we need to add into the GUI here, we'll say marker found viewport container equals, that's going to be background, dot parent is our container, dot parent is the error GUI, dot parent is will be the player GUI, then dot marker found GUI, dot, let's just go for the found text. So I'm not going to use the container, I'll say marker found text. And now we can say if marker found text dot visible is equal to true, then return end. If the marker found text is visible, then we'll just return out of this and we won't run the code. So now if we press play, we'll see what happens. So let's touch the green marker that we've already found. There we go, it works properly. And if we go over to the blue marker, which we haven't yet found, we'll see what happens. There we go, so it pops up and it doesn't give us that error message. Now if we press it, it does give us the error message. So it's working. Awesome. Let's just do one more test. So let's test it with 2 clients and see what happens. Okay, so I have 2 clients here. I'm going to have this player on the right. I'm going to have them collecting the marker, and this player on the left, we'll see what happens. Here we go, so it pops up saying found. If this player checks their index, they don't have it found. This player does. And now if this player presses it again, it says it's been found for them. If they collect it, it says found. And now if they press it, it says it's already been found. I'll show you how to create a beam that leads the player to a chosen marker in exchange for Robux. Let's get straight into it. So first, let me show you how to create a beam. A beam requires 2 attachments, an initial attachment and a goal attachment. For us, the initial attachment will be the root rig attachment inside the player's humanoid root part, and the goal attachment will be an attachment inside the marker. Let's add an attachment object to each of our markers. So find every single marker, and we'll add an attachment. For models, just put the attachment straight into the model, not under any children such as a base part. We just want the attachment to be a direct child of the model. Now duplicate this attachment and put it inside the yellow marker, purple marker, red marker, and we're just going to put one in every single marker. There we go, just like so. Now I'll close these markers up and let's move on. So inside of our leader stat script then, let's add a beam to see what it will look like. So at the bottom, just before we add our instantiated instance, I'll say local beam equals instance.new, and this will be beam inside of the workspace. It needs to be in the workspace, we won't be able to see it, because the workspace is where all our visible parts are. And at the very end, we will need to add it to the player's character. So we'll say player.character added. Make sure you spell it exactly like this, uppercase C and uppercase A. Colon connect, function, passing in the character. I'm going to use char for short, but the character is automatically passed into the character added method. And we'll say beam.attachment0 will be equal to the character's humanoid root part root rig attachment. So char.humanoid root part dot root rig attachment. Then we'll say beam.attachment1 is going to be equal to the workspace. And then let's just use a marker. So I'm going to use the blue marker for now, just as an example. So the blue marker inside of the workspace dot attachment. Notice how I'm using these square brackets here. Because the name has a space in it, I can't do dot blue marker because it's got a space. So I need to use these square brackets with a quotation mark. What I could do is say dot blue marker, then it will come up here and then I can autofill it and it will correct it for me. And now we can close the leader stat script. And now if we test this, we get a beam for the player to the blue marker, as so. Let's test this with 2 clients. So I'm going to change the test mode to server and clients and change the number to 2. Now we can see that both clients are able to see each other's beams, and we don't want this. So there's a couple of problems that we need to fix. First problem is that the clients can see each other's beams, and the second problem is that the beams don't look very good. They're just a white line. If we want the player's beam to be displayed to that player only, we need to use a local script. So let's cut the code for the beam from the leader stat script. I will cut the character added method and paste it just below the local beam here, and then I'll cut the whole thing and get rid of it from the leader stat script. Now if we go into starter player and starter player scripts and add a local script, let's paste it in. I'm going to rename this local script to beam handler as well. Well, now we have another problem. We have no good way to access the character added method on the player. Luckily, starter character scripts solves this exact problem. So starter character scripts will delete the old instance of a script and spawn in a new instance when a player respawns, and this handles our character added event for us. So let's move this script to starter character scripts. And we need to adjust the code, obviously, to fix this player error here. So at the very top, I'm going to get the player service. So I'll say players equals game : get service. Players, I'm sure you're fully familiar with this now. Player is going to be equal to players.localPlayer. And then we're going to do some safety. So I'll just add a little comment here to say safety. And we want to make sure that we're only adding a new beam once the entire game is loaded. Because if we try and add a beam before for example, the humanoid root part hasn't loaded, or maybe the marker in the workspace hasn't replicated to the client, if we then try and add that to the attachment but it doesn't yet exist on the client, we're going to get a problem and it won't work. So let's add some safety. The first thing we're going to do is say repeat wait until game : is loaded. And this will wait until the game's loaded. And just for extra safety, I'm also going to do a repeat wait until player.character : find first child humanoid root part is not equal to nil. Realistically, if the game is loaded, your humanoid root part is probably going to exist because it's in the workspace anyway. But I thought I'd just add this just in case. It's kind of like a backup. In case game is loaded for some reason, got skipped, then we've got this backup here. Realistically, this should never have to wait because it should be loaded when game is finished. But just in case, I thought I'd add it for that extra safety. And then what we'll do is get our beam. So I'll just say beam equals instance.new beam in the workspace. And then we can remove this character added method and just say beam.attachment is going to be equal to player.character.humanoidRootPart.rootRig attachment. And the rootRig attachment is an attachment inside of every player's humanoid root part. It's automatically added. And then our beam.attachment1 will be workspace bluemarker.attachment. Now let's run the same test on two clients and see what happens. Players can now only see their own beams. Next, let's solve issue 2, which is that the beams just don't look very good. So to do that, we'll customize the beams ourselves. So add a beam to the workspace and set the attachments to 2 markers in your game. You'll set attachment 0 to the attachment inside the blue marker and attachment 1 to the attachment inside the pink marker. Now if I go over to these 2 markers, we can't actually see the beam. And the reason for that is because we need to go on here and enable the face camera property. Now we can edit the properties, so we can change the color to whatever we want. I'm going to go for a red color. But you could make it a color sequence just like this, a bit of a gradient, which is what I'm going to do actually. Make it slightly darker red over here as you get closer to it. You can play around with all of these properties. I'm not going to go through them all. The only one I will recommend is texture, because this is actually the design. Now, I don't actually have a good ID to use. I came across this one when planning the video and playing around with beams myself. And it's 10052 065748. And it's like multiple lines, and it has a speed as well. And this speed, I'm going to lower it right down just to be nice and slow. I'll maybe go for 0.1. And once you're happy with the design of your beam, delete the attachments on the beam. So I'll remove attachment 0 and attachment 1 and place the beam into replicated storage. Now let's update our local script to use this new beam. So in our beam handler, we need to get the replicated storage. So replicated storage is game : get service replicated storage. Now rather than instantiating a new beam, we'll just say beam equals replicated storage, colon, wait for child, beam, colon, clone. So it'll create a copy of the beam, and then we need to parent it to the workspace. So beam.parent is workspace, because this will create a copy of the beam inside of replicated storage. So now we have 2 beams, and we need to put the second one into the workspace. Perfect. Now if we were to test it, I'll just test it with 1 player because we know it works individually now and not as a server. So if I just test it on 1 player, there we go, we see this beam and it's now our own animation, our own design. Now we need to make a button that will prompt the player to purchase a developer product. I'll actually add this to our index. So I'm going to go into Starter GUI, the index GUI, and enable the background. And I will go into our chosen frame, and I'm going to actually enable everything within the chosen frame, just like this. And now what I will do is squish up this hint text and add a button right at the bottom here to find it for Robux. So design that button, and I'll get back to you once I've done that. Here we go. So this is the button I've come up with. I've just named it Find Button, set it to a green colour. I've got the size as 0.150, but of course this will be dependent on the size of your chosen frame. And I've got a UI corner in here and a UI stroke. Feel free to pause and copy the properties as you see fit. And now we need to create a developer product. So go to create.roblox.com and find your experience in the dashboard. I'll leave a link to the Roblox create page. And on your experience, go to monetization on the side and find developer products. And click create a product. For more information on developer products, check out my video going into detail on them, which I will leave linked in the description. So once you've created your product here, I've just named it Find Marker, you'll get a product ID, which we'll come back to. Go back to our button in Roblox Studio, and we're going to add a local script. And in here, we need to basically prompt the user to buy the product. So we'll say marketplace service is game:get service marketplace service, and players is game:get service players. Next we'll say player equals players.local player, and then we need to get the button, which is script.parent. So button is script.parent, and we also need the product ID. So product ID is, let's go back to the creator page. The product ID is this number here. So let's click copy product ID, head back to Roblox and paste that in here. Now I'll just create a quick function, which I will name purchase product. And in here we'll say marketplace service, prompt product purchase, player, and the product ID. And at the very bottom we'll just say button, mouse button one click, connect, and we'll call the purchase product function. Now let's test that it pops up. So click play, just click on any marker, click find, and it does pop up. Now when you're testing in Roblox Studio, it will say that you have 2,147,483,647 Robux, and you can click buy, and it doesn't actually charge you. This is just testing, so you're not charged for test purchases. It only says this number here because that's the maximum number of an integer in Lua U. So now we need to make the button only show if a marker that hasn't yet been found is selected. So we're going to go into our load chosen script. So open up the scrolling frame and go into load chosen. I'll close this other local script for now. And we need to make some changes. So we're going to add the chosen purchase. So we're going to add the find button basically, which I'll name chosen purchase in here. Is going to be equal to chosen frame dot find button. Then we can leave the marker info as it is, and in our load marker info function, at the very bottom we're going to add an if statement. So when we make everything visible, we only want to make the button visible if it's not been found. And the best way to do that is look at the found label text. If the found label, which is the bit that says not found here, if that says not found, then we know it's not been found. Now I have all my found labels being not found in all uppercase. So I'll just say if button.parent found label text is equal to not found, then. Now make sure when you do equal to not found, or whatever you have here, it needs to be spelt exactly the same. I can't do this, for example. That will not work. It has to be complete uppercase, so this will not work. And it's very important. You won't get an error message if this is wrong. It just won't work, and it will stay false, the visibility. So you need to make sure that this is the exact same as this when the marker has not been found. I cannot stress that enough. You will not get an error message if this is wrong. In here then we'll say chosen purchase dot visible equals true, and then else chosen purchase dot visible equals false. Okay, and that's all we need to do for the load chosen script for now. Now let's test again. And if I click on purple marker, I see it. If I click on green marker, I don't see it because that's been found. Now let's make it so the code we wrote in the local script inside starter character scripts, the beam handler, only runs when the developer product has been purchased. So to do this, we need to create a script inside of server script service named, I'm going to call it product handler. And in here, we're going to get the marketplace service, which will be game, get service marketplace service. We'll also need players, which is game, get service players. And finally, we'll need the replicated storage, which is game, get service replicated storage. Now we're going to get the show beam remote event, which we haven't yet made. So add a remote event into replicated storage and rename this to show beam. And we'll use this to show the beam. We'll say show beam RE equals replicated storage, wait for child, show, not pop up, show beam. And then we'll get the ID again, so find marker ID equals, and I'll copy the ID from the find button and paste it in here. Next, we need to assign a function to the process receipt event on marketplace service. So marketplace service dot process receipt equals function, and automatically the info will be passed in. I'm not going to go too much into detail with this, but this info will contain stuff like the product ID that's been purchased. We'll say if info.product ID, again, very important you spell it exactly like this, uppercase P, uppercase I, and nothing else, is equal to find marker ID, then. So if the ID the user is purchasing is equal to the ID of the find marker developer product, then we need to fire the show beam remote event. So let's get the player. So local player is equal to players, get player by user ID, and we can actually use info.player ID, again, uppercase P, uppercase I. Then we can say show beam remote event, fire client, passing in the player. And then next, and finally we can return enum.product purchase decision purchase granted, just to tell the game that the developer product was actually purchased. And now in the local script in our beam handler, we'll add our show beam remote event. So show beam remote event is replicated storage, wait for child, show beam. And then rather than just adding this information here, we'll say show beam remote event dot on client event connect function, and this should be, I've spelled show beam wrong in here, and then we'll cut this code and paste it into this on client event, and this now needs to be local beam because we're creating a local variable. Perfect. Now let's test it. So hit test. We don't have that beam visible, but if I go onto the purple marker and hit buy, give it a second, hit buy, we now get our beam to our blue marker. Perfect. Now we need to make the beam go towards the marker that we select in the index, not just the blue marker. But in this script, it's not too hard to do this. All we're going to do is add in a marker, not ask assistant. We're going to add a marker in to the function as a parameter. And rather than using workspace blue marker, we'll just use marker.attachment. And we can close the beam handler script. We now need a way to track what marker the player has selected. So inside the leader stats, we're going to add a new value that stores the selected index marker. We'll say local selected marker is going to be equal to instance.new. It'll be an object value inside of the player, and selected marker dot value or dot name, sorry, is going to be equal to selected marker. Just fix up the syntax here. There we go. And now we can close the leader stats, and in the load chosen script, We need to add a new remote event, first of all, to replicated storage, which I'll rename to update selected, and this will update our selected marker. So we need to add an update selected here, update selected remote event is replicated storage, wait for child, update selected. And now we're going to need to get the local player. So let's go for players is game get service players. Then I'll also say player equals players dot local player. And now just before the if statement in our load marker info function, I'm going to add some code to basically update the selected remote event. So local marker is going to be equal to workspace find first child marker name true. So this will keep looping through the workspace until it finds something named marker. That's what this true does. It loops through every descendant of the workspace until it finds a marker or an object with whatever this string is here, so the name of the marker. And we're going to repeat wait until marker is not equal to nil. We only want to run the following code. We only want to run the update selected remote event fire if we've actually found the marker. So we're going to wait until we have. This is safe to do. We know the marker exists because the marker is in our game. Whatever markers are in our index should be in our game. So just double check that before you do this code. But obviously everything in your index should 100% be in the game. If it isn't, if you have a limited edition marker, for example, or one that's no longer in the game, maybe you removed it but it's still in your index, you will need to add a bit of extra code. You could just add an if statement here saying at the top, if marker name, so if marker name equals, and then, for example, name of limited marker. So whatever the name of the marker is that was in your game, that's in your index, just put that name here. And if it's equal to that, then we will just return end, because we don't want to run any more code. And just do that for every single marker. So if I had 3 limited markers, and I had a limited marker, and maybe let's go for March marker, and these are no longer in the game. If the marker name is equal to these, then we don't want to run any of this code because those markers aren't in the game anymore. We'll just add this to stop that. But assuming that that's not the method you're going for, we'll do this repeat wait, and then we'll say update selected remote event fire server, passing in the marker. So now we can close up the load chosen, and inside of our marker handler script, we're going to add in our update selected remote event. Update selected RE is replicated storage wait for child update selected. And at the very bottom here, we'll say update selected remote event dot on server event connect function. And we can say local selected equals player wait for child. And this will be a selected marker. We're basically searching for that selected marker value inside of the player. So make sure this is spelt whatever it's spelt in the leader stat script. And then we'll say selected dot value is going to be equal to the marker. Perfect. Now let's close that and go into our product handler script. And we're nearly done with script hopping. This is the last script we need to change. In our process receipt function, once we've got the player, we'll say local selected marker to get that. That's going to be equal to player wait for child selected marker. And if selected marker dot value is not equal to nil, so if there is a selected marker, then we're going to show the beam. If there's no selected marker, we don't want to show the beam. And obviously when we show the beam, we now need to pass in a marker, which will be selected marker dot value. So we're going to pass in whatever marker is stored in the selected marker object value inside of the player. Now let's test it. So I'm going to test this with 2 clients again. So let me click server and clients, and I'm going to do 2 clients. I'm only going to test it on this one on the left hand side. So let me close the index on here. And if I click on red marker and hit buy, and when I buy this, it now adds this beam and it points towards the red marker. And on the other player, we can't actually see it. Okay, perfect. But now we have a few more problems. The chosen frame in the index GUI isn't updated when we collect a marker. So if I go over and collect this marker, let's run over. So I've got the red marker here. Let's just keep an eye on the chosen frame. Collect the marker. Perfect. The beam doesn't disappear, which is a problem. And if I open up the index, we've still got this find button, so we can still keep buying it. Okay, so that's one problem. The second problem is that we can purchase the same problem for the exact same marker multiple times. For example, let me buy the purple marker now. And this will just add another beam. So now I've got a beam to the purple marker too. But I can keep buying this loads and loads of times, which is a bit of a problem. Because now we have two beams going towards the purple marker, which we don't really want. Third problem is that when we collect the marker, the beam is still visible. We've already seen that. And the fourth and final problem is that when we leave and rejoin, which I'm not going to test because it takes a while to boot up, but you can just trust me on this because we've not done anything with the data store. When we leave and rejoin, the beam will be gone, even if we never collected the marker. So it's kind of like a one-time thing, so they purchase it. Let's imagine that the player purchases it, their game crashes, they rejoin, and they don't have this beam still. So they've just wasted 30 Robux, and they need to buy it again. So let's fix all of these problems. Fix the first problem, we need to update the chosen frame when a marker is collected. Let's open up our load chosen script. And at the very bottom in our update index remote event on client event, we'll say local button equals marker frame, wait for child, X button. So our marker frame, each marker frame's got this text button, so we're going to wait for that button, and basically we're going to load marker info with that button. If you remember back to the index video, we fire this load marker info function when we click the text buttons inside of the viewport frames. And that will load all the marker information, the name, the hint, the area, etc. We'll get that button, and then we'll just say load marker info, passing in the button and the marker name. So essentially, every time we update the index, so we make the found text equal to found, we'll just update the marker info in the chosen frame as well. So now let's test this. I'll just test it with one player now, because we know it works on two. So if I buy the purple marker, let that load. There we go. Now if I go and actually collect the purple marker, if we collect it, it says found, and that buy button still isn't there. Now let's try something. Let's reset the character and see if we still have that beam. So we no longer have the beam, but the marker's been found. So let's try it on a marker we haven't yet found and hit buy. Perfect, so we've got that beam to the salmon marker, and now if I reset my character, we'll see what happens. And it doesn't respawn. So this is another problem that we've got to fix, which we will fix in a minute. Okay, so for the second problem, we need to implement a check so the find button doesn't work if the player has already spent Robux to find that marker. So in the product handler then, we are going to add a folder, basically. We're going to check if a folder called finding exists within the player. If it doesn't, we're going to create it, and then we're going to add an instance to the folder. So this folder will contain instances, and each instance will have a name of a marker that has a beam towards it. So local finding folder equals player, find first child finding. If that finding folder is nil, so it doesn't exist, then we'll say finding folder is instance.new. It's going to be a folder inside of the player, and finding folder dot name will be equal to finding. So if the folder doesn't exist, we're going to create a new folder. And then what we can do is say local finding instance equals instance.new. I'll make it a string value. It can be any value really. We're not going to store anything inside of it. We're only going to change the name of it. And this will be finding folder. I want to say finding instance dot name is going to be equal to selected marker dot value dot name. So this is going to set the value. It's going to create a new instance inside of the finding folder, and the name of this instance will be the marker we have selected in the index. Now we can close the product handler, and in the script in the find button, we can open that up. We need to add a bit more logic here. So we'll say local selected marker, and I guess it's going to be the player find first child selected marker. If this doesn't exist yet, it's not loaded, we'll say if selected marker is nil, then we don't want to run any of this code, so we'll just return out of it and say end. And then we need to get the folder. So local folder is player, find first child, finding. If the folder exists, then we're going to loop through every instance in the folder. For I, v, in I pairs, folder, get children, do. And if the name of the instance that we're looking at is equal to the marker that we have selected in the index, then we don't want to run this product purchase, so we'll return out of it again. Because we only want to prompt the product purchase if the marker they're trying to buy doesn't actually already have a beam going towards it. So if v.name is equal to selected marker.value.name, then return end. And then we can prompt the product purchase. Let's close that up and test. Okay, so now if I was to buy this, there we go. So now I have a beam to the salmon marker. If I try and buy it again, it won't work. So that works perfectly. Okay, now to solve the third problem, we need to destroy the beam once the marker has been found. Because we clone the beams on the client, we need to destroy them on the client too. This means that when we collect a marker, we need to check if there is a beam on the client's workspace linking to that marker. And if there is, destroy it. Let's add a folder to the workspace named beams. And name this to beams. And inside of our beam handler script, all I'm going to do is put this beam.parent equals workspace.beams. I'm not going to put it in the workspace anymore, but in the beams folder in the workspace. And now we need to create a new local script inside of starter player scripts. And I'll name this to beam destroyer. And in here, I'm just going to copy all the code from the beam handler, because a lot of it is fairly similar. So we're still going to get the replicated storage. We're not going to get players anymore. We need this will be show popup remote event, and this will be replicated storage, wait for child, show popup. And the reason we're using show popup is because when the popup appears, when we collect a marker for the first time, if that popup gets shown, we know we can destroy that beam because we know that marker has been found. So we don't need the player, and we can remove the safety as well. And then here we'll just say show popup remote event, the on client event, connect function marker. Local beam is going to be equal to workspace, wait for child beams. And this should be local beams, not beams, sorry. And then I'll loop through. I'll remove this bit here, and I'll loop through every single beam. So for I, beam in I pairs, beams, get children, do. If beam.attachment1 is equal to marker.attachment, then beam, destroy. So if the attachment, if the goal attachment of the beam is the marker that we have just found, then we're going to destroy that beam. Now let's test it. So I'll click on the salmon marker and I'll buy this. There we go. And now if I walk over to the salmon marker and collect it, it actually destroys the beam. And this is now marked as found. Perfect. So now for the fourth problem, we need to save the beam when the player leaves the game and load it when they rejoin. So this is mostly a data store job, although there's a bit of beam handler in here too. So open up the data store script first. And what I'm going to do is actually, first of all, create a new data store. So I'll make this version 14. Just so I've reset my data. You don't need to do this if you've got enough, but because I've got 7 out of 8 markers, I kind of want to refresh it just to test from scratch again. When we get the default marker data, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in, and we're going to get the finding marker data too. So I'll say local finding folder is player, find first child, finding, and I'll say local finding, which will be an empty table. And if finding folder then we'll loop through the finding folder and we'll say finding v.name equals v.name. I'm not going too much into this because it's very similar to this. It's just this extra if statement here. So if you want more of an explanation, go through the data store video. And now in the data to save, I'll add a semicolon on the end of markers and I'll add finding. Now in our player added function, I'm going to copy this load marker data and paste it down here, and this will be load finding data. And what I'll do is just say if data free is not equal to nil, then. So if data free exists, then I'm going to remove the for loop. I'll say local finding folder equals instance.new folder inside of the player, and we'll name this finding folder.name equals finding. So we'll create that finding folder in the player. Then we'll loop through for i, v in pairs. We'll loop through everything in data free. So we'll loop through all our instances that we have saved, and we'll create a new instance. So local finding item equals instance.new. I'll make it a string value inside of the finding folder, and finding item.name I'll set to v. And next we need to add the beam. So I'm going to remove all this code down here because we don't need that now. So for underscore, comma, marker in iPairs, marker objects. So we're going to loop through every single marker in the marker objects table that we get earlier from our get tagged here. And for every single marker, if the marker.name is equal to v, then. So if the name of the marker is equal to the name of the marker that we have a beam for, we'll say show beam remote event fire client passing in player and marker.name. Now of course we need to add the show beam remote event. So at the very top I'll say show beam re equals replicated storage wait for child show beam. And now we can close the data store script, and in our beam handler I'm going to, in our show beam remote event, say if type of marker is not equal to string in all lowercase, then we will call this code. Else we'll say local marker object equals workspace find first child marker true. If marker object then we'll copy all this code, paste it in, and just change marker to marker object. And the reason for that is because when we load the data, we're passing in a string into this, and when we actually show the beam and buy the product and call this, we're passing in an object. So we just want to detect if it's an object or a string. If it's not a string, we're just going to get it as if it's a model. If it is a string, we're going to find the model and then do the same code. Now this is a bit repetitive, so I'll add a function named addBeam, passing in a marker. Then I will cut this code and paste it in. And then in here I'll call addBeam, passing in the marker. And down here, rather than doing all this, I'll say addBeam, passing in the marker object. Perfect, now let's test it. So what I'm going to do actually is hide the chosen frame, or all the contents of the chosen frame, and hide the background of the index GUI, just so that's invisible again. Okay, I'm going to open up players here, and my player, and let's click on red marker, click find, and when that loads, hit buy, and it adds this finding and the red marker in here. I'll also add the yellow marker. There we go, so now I've got two markers, one for red, one for yellow. If I now leave and rejoin, it didn't actually work, and if we look at why, it's not setting the name in the finding folder. It's not setting the name, it's just setting it to nothing. Let's go back to our data store script and look at why this could be. Okay, so on line 44, so it might be different for you, but in my save data function, where we're getting find marker data, when we set finding v.name equals v.value, this should be v.name. I just made a mistake there. This should be v.name, not v.value. So now let's press play. And we've got these values saved in here. So I'm going to reset the data store because I messed that up. So I'll just make this version 15. Now I hit play and open up my player again. So if I now buy the red and the yellow, so I'll buy the red and we get this instance here for red marker, and then I'll buy the yellow too. And then we get the yellow marker instance as well, and we have both beams. If I now stop and rejoin, there we go, both the beams are back in the game. And if I go and find one, let's find the yellow, it should remove beam. Yeah, so it removes the beam, but it doesn't remove the instance, which means that if we leave and rejoin, we're going to get that beam back again. We need to now remove the instance when the player collects the marker. So to do that in the marker handler script, after we check for the badges, we'll say local finding folder is equal to player find first child finding. And if the finding folder exists, then we'll look for the marker item. So local marker found equals finding folder find first child marker.name. If marker found, then marker found destroy. So we'll just destroy that instance. So I know we've already found this yellow marker, so there's not really much that we can do about that. What I'm going to do is ignore that. I'll have to reset the data store. Or actually what I could do is click this toggle client view, go into players, and in my finding folder, I'll just delete the yellow marker manually, and then click this little server icon again. And now we've still got the beam, and that's because we've not deleted it. If I quickly leave and rejoin, we no longer have that instance, so the beam shouldn't respawn. There we go, it doesn't, and we don't have the instance in here. Perfect. So I'll just buy the pink marker quickly because it's closer to me. I'll wait for this to load. Buy that. And now if I collect the pink marker, it actually deletes it from there. So if I leave and rejoin, we no longer have the beam for the pink marker. Perfect. Okay, that's all good then. Now if I reset my character, we've got that beam for the red marker. I respawn and we no longer have the beam. But we've still got the beam in this workspace folder. So we need to fix that now. Just go into our beam handler script, and at the minute, we're only updating the add beam if the show beam remote event gets fired. Now any code in here gets called, obviously not within the show beam remote event because that's only called when that's fired, but code in here will get called whenever the player's character loads. Well, the first time the player's character loads in, let's just delete every single beam in the beams folder because it's only local to the player anyway. So let's say beams equals workspace.beams. And then for I, v in pairs, in I pairs, beams get children do v destroy. So we'll destroy every single beam in the beams folder. And then we can do something similar and add beams back. So we can say for I, v in I pairs, and we now need the finding folder. We can say finding equals player. I'll use find first child finding, just in case there are no beams. And I'll say if finding then, and we'll loop through everything in the finding folder. Get children do. Then we can say add beam, and I'll pass in. We need to pass in a marker. So passing in V won't quite work. So I'll copy this local marker object code from the show beam remote event, copy that, and I'll paste it in here. So we're going to loop through each child of the finding, and the marker object will be workspace find first child. This will be v.name, true, and then the rest of it we can leave. So now if we try this with two clients, so now if I buy the red marker on the left hand side, and then on the right hand side I'll get the blue marker and the yellow marker. Perfect. Now if on the left hand side I respawn, when I reload I get the beam back to the red marker. And if I go to the workspace, so if I just make this screen a bit larger and enable the Explorer, go to the workspace, I've still only got that original beam, so we know that works well. I'll reset my character. I have those two beams still. Perfect. So it all works perfectly. Now if I just go and collect the yellow marker, I'll just make sure the beam still disappears. So I'll collect this. It still disappears. We can't see it anymore. First, we need to create a search bar. So make the background frame visible in the index GUI so we can see it. And add a text box to the background. The text box allows users to type into the box. So I'm going to design it quickly and I'll get back to you once I've done that. Okay, once that's designed, you may need to play around with the size of the scrolling frame and the UI grid layout, assuming you have a similar hierarchy to me. But just quickly, so my text frame, I've just got a blue background, I've got the size here, and all I've done is made the placeholder text say search for a marker, and remove the actual text property. Now, if I go over to my scrolling frame, I need to make it so it's not under this search bar. So I'll just drag it down. And yes, this does squash things a little bit. So I will need to go into my scrolling frame, go into the UI grid layout, and play around with the cell size. So all I'm going to do is just increase the Y by 3.5, and this should counteract. Yeah, there we go. That looks about right. But of course you will need to play around with this and the values will be different. It depends how you've designed your index. But there we go, we've now got a search bar. Now we need to write some code that will only display the markers with a relevant name to our search query. So add a local script to the text box. I'll rename this to search query. And the first thing we need to do is get the text box. Let's just say text box equals script.parent. And we need a way of detecting whenever the text inside of the text box changes. So what we can do is just say text box colon get property changed signal text colon connect, and in here I'll just pass in a function for now, and I will just print textbox.text. Okay, so what this will do is it will run this code here, print textbox.text, whenever the text property changes. So whenever we type into this text box, it should run this code in the output. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and it keeps firing this code. Perfect. Okay, now I'm just going to clear the output, and I'm going to change this slightly. I'm going to create a function, which I'll just name search. And in here, we're going to actually search the items and display the items. But what I will do is, rather than running this print text box, I'll just say colon connect, and I will connect the search function. Now in here, I'm going to get the text in the text box. So I'll say local search query equals textbox.text. And next I'm going to create a table named matching items. And I'll set this to an empty table. And this will be populated with the markers in the index that match the search query. And we'll also need a table that will be populated with the markers that don't match the search query, so that we can hide them and not display them. So we can say local not matching items is also going to be an empty table for now. And then we can loop through each child of the scrolling frame and add the matching children's names with the search query. We can add the ones that match to the relevant table. We can say for I, v in I pairs, and we need the scrolling frame. So at the top here, I'll just say scrolling frame equals textbox.parent.scrolling frame. And then in the I pairs, we can say scrolling frame colon get children. Do. And if the child is a viewport frame, we only want to get the viewport frames here. We don't want to get the UI grid layout or the load chosen script, because they obviously aren't markers or items in our index. So we only want them if they're a viewport frame. So if v is a viewport frame, then if the name matches the search query, we're going to add it to the matching items table. Otherwise, we'll add it to the not matching items. So if v.name colon match, and we're going to match it with the search query, and make sure this colon match, make sure this is all lowercase, this match, not an uppercase, then we will add the frame to the matching items table. So table.insert, matching items, and we're going to add v. Else, so if it doesn't match, then we'll add it to the not matching. So table.insert, not matching items, v. I'm going to pass v because we're going to want to make the object visible and not visible depending on whether it's matching or not matching later on. And to do that, obviously, we need the object. We can't do, for example, v.name because we have no way of accessing the object from just the name. We need the actual object. We've got our matching items and our not matching items populated now. So now we can actually, first of all, let's hide the items that don't match. So we'll loop through each not matching marker, if that makes sense. For I, v, in I pairs, not matching items, do, and we will hide it. So v.visible, uppercase V here, equals false. And that's what we'll do in there. And now we'll loop through all of our matching items and display them, so make them visible. So for I, v in I pairs, this will be matching items, do, v.visible equals true. Alright, now let's test this. So let's hit test and see what happens. And search for orange. Okay, that works. P, okay, and it comes up with pink and purple. If I just go for pink, and if I cancel it, it's got them all. If I search marker, obviously they're all there. And the only other thing that I want to change is if I put in P, for example, but a lowercase p, it comes up with purple. If I put uppercase, it comes up with purple and pink, which means it's case sensitive. Now I don't want this to be case sensitive. Okay, so to fix this, all I'll do is, at the front of this text box.text on line 5, I'll say string.lower and wrap this in parentheses. And this will just convert it to lowercase. And then I can just do string, if string.lower v.name, colon match. So string.lower v.name, close the parenthesis, colon match, search query, then, and then we'll insert in the table. Now if we test it, and I put a lowercase p, comes up with both of them. If I put uppercase, it also comes up with both of them. Perfect. So while this works well, the player could encounter performance issues. We run this code every single time a player types a character into the text box, and this can get very demanding, especially if you have a lot of items in your index. There are multiple fixes, two of which are that you could only run the search function when the user enters out of the text box, or you could add a button which only runs the search when it's clicked. I'm going to go with the first option because I don't want to spend unnecessary time creating a button and linking the search function up with the button, as I've covered buttons a couple of times throughout the series. So if you want to add a button, you can use the mouse button one-click event on the button to detect when it is clicked and call the search function from there. For the first option then, the only thing we're going to change is at the very bottom here, rather than using get property change signal, so text box dot focus lost colon connect, and we'll call search. So focus lost is an event that is fired whenever the user enters out or clicks out of the text box, and it will automatically run this. So now if we test it, if I just search for pink, it does nothing. If I press enter, it will search it. If I search for pink and click out, or let's go for something else, purple, and click out, it will search it. And if I do nothing and click out, it goes back to normal. Today, we'll add a progress bar into our Find the Marker Roblox game. First, let's create the GUI. So add a new screen GUI into starter GUI and name it something like progress GUI. Add a frame, and this will be the background of the progress bar, the part that is visible when the bar isn't full. Okay, so this is my design for the background. So it's got an anchor point of 0.5, 0.5. It's got no background color set here. I'll get onto the background color in a minute. Got background transparency of 0, of course, so you can see it. I've given it this size just here, and this position just here. And I've added a UI aspect ratio constraint with an aspect ratio of 12, just so that when I scale, it just stays in that same place. And the 12 is to keep this size, because if I set it to 1, the default, it just becomes a square. And I played around with it. I dragged this little bar here, and I found that 10 made it a little bit bigger. And if I just kept going, it would go a little bit more. So I just set it to sort of 12. And I think that's long enough. Probably doesn't even need to be like that. I've added a UI corner and a UI stroke. And of course, this UI gradient is how I've got this background. So if I click these 3 dots here, and it goes from a light blue to a sort of darker blue. Next, add another frame into the background frame. And this will be the foreground of the progress bar. So this is the actual bar that fills the background. So I'll just name it bar foreground. Okay, and this is the design for my foreground. It's pretty simple. So I've just set the size to 1010, so it takes up the entire length here. I don't need an anchor point set because it's 1010, it's always going to be the same size as the parent anyway. I set the UI corner to the exact same, just so otherwise it's got that sort of blocky point on it. I've got the UI gradient, I've just set it to green. And the UI stroke as well is the exact same. So now what I'll do is just set the size to sort of 0.5010. So it's just a little bit thinner, it's halfway full. And that just shows us sort of the contrast of the foreground to the background. For now, set it to 1010. And we're going to add into the bar background, I'll close up the foreground, add a text label. And this is the final GUI that we need, and it's going to display the markers found out of the total in the game. So I'll set the Z index property to 2. This ensures that it's shown above everything else. You can think of it like this: the higher the Z index, the higher the layer the object is displayed on. So it'll display above everything else, just in case it's displaying behind the foreground, for example. If I was to set the foreground to a Z index of 3, we're not going to be able to see the text label because it's behind the foreground. I'll set that back to 1. Okay, so this is my text label. I'm just going to rename it to indicator label, because it indicates how many markers we've found, really. So I've just set the size to 1010, so it expands the entire size of the progress bar. And that's about it. Also, I've gone into the text, changed the color to yellow, set the font face, and just set the text to 0 out of 0 for now. And we'll update that in script. Other than that, it's time to script now. The only thing I will suggest is, at the minute, this looks good when the progress bar is full. If I set the foreground frame to have an X of 0, luckily mine still looks good on the blue here. However, if you've got, for example, a yellow background and yellow text, it's not exactly going to look good. So just make sure that your indicator label contrasts not just the foreground frame, but also the background frame. And we can also see that when the foreground is set to 0010, we've got this sort of line here, and you may want to keep that, that's up to you. It could be quite cool, it's kind of like showing that a bar is going to come across. I don't want that though, and the reason I've got that is because I have a stroke here, UI stroke. And when the size is 0, the UI stroke is still being shown. So I will fix this when it comes to the script. Right now, I'm not going to worry about it. So add a local script into the background frame. Get all the GUI that's important. So the background, which is going to be script.parent. We're going to want the indicator label, which will be background.indicator label. And we're also going to want the bar, which is going to be background.bar foreground. And the next thing we're going to do is, when the game has fully loaded, we're going to get the total number of markers in the game and the current number of markers the player has found. So to do that, we'll say repeat wait until game : is loaded. And this is important. We need to wait until the game has loaded, because if we do, for example, max markers, which is what we're going to do, equals the number of, or hashtag, collection service, which we don't yet have, which we'll add in a second, : get tagged markers. If the collection service if all the markers haven't finished replicating to the client from the server, this won't give us the true maximum number of markers. So we need to wait until the game has fully loaded before we get the total number of markers. Now at the very top, we can say collection service is game : get service collection service. Okay, now let's get the current markers the player has. So current markers will be player : wait for child, and this is going to be the leader stats, : wait for child, and this will be the found item, the number that we've found, because if you remember, in our leader stat script, we have this found variable just here inside of the leader stats. And we can just say .value to get the number of markers the player has already found. Now we don't have a player variable, so let's add the player service. So players equals game : get service players, and then player equals players.local player. Okay, and we need to use wait for child here, even when the game's already loaded. Now you may be thinking, if the game has fully loaded, what's the point in using wait for child, because we know it's going to exist? And that's actually not true. Game : is loaded doesn't mean that the leader stats and the found have loaded. It just means everything on the server has replicated to the client. So all the objects in the game have replicated onto the client. It's got nothing to do with script generation, because leader stats and found are values generated from the leader stats script. So this is loaded, doesn't have a value when all the scripts have finished firing. It only has a value when all the objects from the server are on the client, which means we actually have no way of knowing just from that method alone if these values have loaded into the player. So we still need to use wait for child. Now what we'll do is create a function which updates the progress bar. So function update progress bar. And now in here we need to get the progress. We're going to use a very simple calculation. We'll say local progress equals math.clamp, and it'll actually tell you everything here. So clamp returns a number between the min and max, which is inclusive of both. So we give it the number that we want to clamp, which in our case will be the current markers divided by the maximum markers, or total markers makes more sense. I'll call this total markers. So the value we want to clamp is the current markers divided by the total markers. Now if, for example, you have one marker out of 3 markers, that means this decimal will be 0.333 recurring. So we need to clamp that to just 0.33 will do, but we need to make sure it's clamped between 0 and 1. The whole 0.333 doesn't matter too much because that's going to get rounded anyway. But if something went wrong and we, for example, had 11 current markers but only 10 total markers, we don't then want to have 11 out of 10 because that's going to break it a little bit. Then the bar is going to be longer than it should be. So we'll just clamp it between 0 and 1. Now, if you have limited edition markers which you remove, or you have markers which you remove in the future, and the players have already collected them, you will now, for example, have 9 total markers, but there were 10. And if a player has 10 out of 9, it's just going to set the progress bar to 1 because it's going to clamp it, which is another reason we need this clamp here, so we don't need to worry about it. Now we can update the text on the indicator label. So indicator label.text will be equal to, I'm going to set it to string.format, %d out of %d. Now I'll get back to this in a minute and I'll explain it in a second. And I'm going to go for current markers and max markers, or total markers I renamed it to. So string.format basically means we can use these special formatting symbols in a string and apply strings or values to those formats. So %d in string.format, a %d, this means some sort of number. This is a number value. Out of, so just a /, %d means another number value. So the first number value, we just do a comma, current markers. Out of, %d is another number value, total markers. Now again, we have that same problem. If we have 10 current markers, but there's only 9 total, it will say 10 out of 9. So we will just do math.clamp. We'll clamp current markers with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of total markers. So if the total markers is 9, it will say the current markers is 9 out of 9, even if the player has 10 and 1 was removed. The next thing we want to do then is create a tween. So we need the tween service. So I'll say tween service equals game : get service tween service. And I'm also going to create a tween variable. So at the top here, I'll say active tween equals nil. And this will store whatever tween we're using to smoothly move the progress bar, so that we can cancel it if we want to run another tween. So if the active tween, then, if it's not nil, then we're going to active tween : cancel. Just like this, uppercase C. And what this will do is, if there is a tween already playing, we're going to cancel it, and then we're going to play our next tween. For example, if the player collects 2 markers within the same tween being played, we don't want to play 2 tweens over the top of each other. We want to cancel the first one, then play the new one. Realistically, they shouldn't be able to collect 2 markers that quick, but it's just that extra check. So now we'll say active tween equals tween service : create, and we're going to create a new tween. So it will tell you here what instances we have. We need the object, so the bar. Then we need tweeninfo.new, and we need some tween info. So in here, we're going to have 0.35 is going to be the duration, how long it will last for. So I'm going to make it last for 0.35 seconds. Then the easing style, so enum.easingstyle.quad. Then enum.easing direction, and I will use out. I'm not going to go into the easing styles and easing directions. I think I touched very briefly on them already when we made the pop-up animation. And then after the tweeninfo.new, let me just click out of that so you can get that down without the annoying interface in the way. I'm going to add some curly braces, and this is what we want to update. So size equals udim2.fromScale progress, 1. So this is going to set the size property of the bar, the foreground bar, to the progress on the X and 1 on the Y. Okay, perfect. And then we will just play the tween. So active tween, play. Just like that. And that's our update progress bar function. Now we want to call this when we first load this script. So we'll say update progress bar once the game first loads. And we also want to fire this function whenever the show pop-up remote event is fired, because that's how we know a marker is being collected. So I'll also add replicated storage. So replicated storage equals game, get service, replicated storage. And we'll also have our show pop-up remote event equals replicated storage, wait for child, show pop-up. Like so. And then at the very bottom, just before we update this progress bar, we can say show pop-up remote event dot on client event connect function. And in the function, we'll just increase the number of current markers. So we can say current markers plus equals 1. And then we'll say update progress bar. Perfect. Now let's test it. So I've already got 8 out of 8. The text hasn't updated though. And it says 0 out of 0. So let's go back and figure out why that text isn't updating. Okay, so the reason the text isn't updating is very simple. I've done get tagged markers, and this should just be marker, because each marker is tagged with marker, not markers. So make sure this is exactly what you're tagging each object. That's very important. So now when I play it again, it says 3 out of 3, and I've got 8 markers. So why is it saying 3 out of 3? Let's have another look. The problem is that this game is loaded isn't actually working properly. So sometimes it will load 8 out of 8, and sometimes it doesn't load them all. So I'm going to add an even securer fix. In replicated storage, I'm going to add in an int value, and this will be total markers, is what I'll name it. And it'll be set to 0, and then once the game's loaded, we're going to get all the markers in the game. So in the local script, I'll say repeat wait until, and we need the total markers here. So I will say total markers value equals replicated storage, wait for child, total markers. Actually, let's give this a better name because we already have a total markers down here. So I can call this, actually, total markers is fine. And then I will just comment out this line using 2 dashes like this. And we will repeat wait until total markers dot value is not equal to 0. And then we will run the rest of the code. We can remove that line. Okay, and now we'll replace total markers with total markers dot value. And anywhere else we need to replace that? Nope, that's it. Okay, we'll close the local script. And now in our marker handler, we'll just say here, when we do the badge service award badge, which is actually giving us an error for some reason. Oh, award badge is now deprecated. Okay, so let's change award badge async. Okay, I didn't realize that was deprecated. So there you go, a little bug fix for you if you had the badges. Change this to award badge async, because that's now, award badge is now deprecated. I didn't realize that. So all I'll do is once we get all the markers in the game, I can say, well, let's first of all get our total markers. So total markers equals replicated storage, wait for child, total markers. And then I'll say total markers dot value equals hashtag markers, so the number of markers. Close that. Now when I press play, every single time, okay, it's given us an error. We're getting there. Attempt to perform arithmetic on number and instance. So this means we're doing arithmetic on a number and an instance. So current markers is a number, total markers is an instance, so it should be total markers.value. Anywhere else, so total markers.value down here too. I think that's everywhere. Okay, try that again. Okay, now it says 8 out of 8 guaranteed. Let me reset the data store to test this because I've already got all my markers. So I make a version 16. Go for it. 0 out of 8. Now let's collect one. Okay, it goes to 1 out of 8. We've got a nice little animation there. And then I'll do 2 out of 8. Okay, now if I stop and rejoin, it's back to 2 out of 8. I do have that problem though when we have 0 markers. I'm just going to reset the data store again and not collect one this time, so that I've got no markers collected. We've got this little line here. So to fix that, it's a bit of hard coding this one, but it's not really a problem. Just go to the foreground and find what scale on the X it needs to be until it goes past the curve. If you don't have a curve, you won't have this problem, but it's because I've got a UI corner. So until it gets to about this bit here, when it's no longer behind where the corner starts. So I'll play around with values and see exactly what position works. Let's go for 0.05 on the foreground scale, not the position, sorry, the size scale. 0.05, okay, that's too much. Here we go, so I'll just go for 0.02. So once it's past 0.02, then I will add the stroke. So let's just make the stroke enabled equals false. And yeah, just make sure you've got the stroke set to enabled equals false. In the local script, we will add a new variable, and this will be foreground stroke equals r dot UI stroke. And in the update progress bar, we'll say if progress is greater than or equal to 0.2, then, and we'll just say foreground stroke dot enabled equals true, else foreground stroke dot enabled equals false. Now if we press play, 0 out of 8, we can't see that bar, and as soon as we collect one, okay, it hasn't actually enabled the stroke, so let's have a look at why. Okay, the reason why is because it should be 0.02, not 0.2. So now if I press play, okay, then it enables it. Perfect. Okay, so that's working well. That is the progress bar. Puzzles are unique to your game, so I can't show you how to create every puzzle possible, but I will go through 3 different puzzles that you can make in order of ascending difficulty. The 3 puzzles I'm going to cover in this video are a hidden wall that the player can walk through, a pressure plate the player can stand on, which will make the marker accessible for a few seconds, and a 3-button combination the player must click in the right order to unlock or to gain access to the marker. Of course you can use 3, 4, 5 buttons, however many you want, but just for simplicity I'll go for 3. If you wish to add a puzzle that isn't one I've just listed, there are plenty of YouTube videos out there about different puzzles and plenty of websites you can visit. So if you can't find your puzzle anywhere, then do leave a comment and I'll consider making a video on it. But have a look first, see if it's already out there. Let's get into it. So I'm going to make a hidden wall, which to do that, we just need to disable the can collide property on the wall. I'm going to design a hidden wall around my pink marker. So I'll add in a part and just make a little wall around it. Okay, so I've made a little wall around my marker, and it's got a hidden door, which is going to be just here. I've also coloured it slightly different, just so the players can see where it is, but that's up to you. All I need to do is set the can collide property on the wall to false, so the player can walk through it. I'll just make sure everything's anchored as well, so I'll select all the parts and anchor them, and then I will just group these parts into a model. I'll rename it to wall, and I'll just leave it there, just to tidy the workspace up a little bit. And now what I'll do is do test here. I'm going to do a new data store as well, because I've done testing. Actually, I think this might be a new one, so we'll wing it and see what happens. I'm just going to use test here, so I don't have to walk all the way over.
Okay, hopefully I've a pink marker. No, I've not already got this one, so we can test this. So here we go. I can't get through the wall. If I go through the door, I can get in, touch the marker, and we get it. Perfect. I mean, it doesn't matter if I've collected the marker or not, because either way we can still get to it. Perfect, so that works. Next, let's create a pressure plate the player can stand on, which temporarily hides a wall so the player can access a marker. This is quite a unique one, but it can be used for multiple different things. So I'll add a part into the workspace, and I will resize it. First of all, I'll position it next to my blue marker, and I'm going to resize it so it engulfs the marker, and you'll see what I mean. If I just make this sort of 12 by 12, and bring it up just so it completely covers the marker, so you cannot see the marker. Just want to center it somewhat where the marker is. Okay, so I've got this box around the marker, and what I'm going to do is have a little part that when the player stands on it, it's going to hide this part here. Next, let's add the pressure plate, I'll call it, by adding a part, and we'll just size this next to it, and it's just going to be a plate, really. I'll size it down, make it a bit larger. I'll rename this to plate, and I'll rename this part here to block. Now again, just make sure these are both anchored, and I'm going to go onto the plate and just make it coloured, and then I will group them both into a model, and I'll rename this to pressure plate, for example, pressure plate. Of course, name things how you want. It's just an example for the video. We will need a script inside of the plate to hide the block, so I'll add a script into the plate. You can choose to hide the block for all players, which will be a server script, or just the player that stood on the pressure plate using a local script. I'll hide it for just the player that pushed the plate. Either way, we still need a script for when the part is touched, but then we'll just hide the block on the client, because a touched event will not run on a local script. So the first thing we're going to do is get the plate, which will be script.parent, and when the plate is touched, we want to run a function. So plate.touched, :connect function, and I've put my parentheses wrong, :connect function, and we also know that hit is passed in on the touched event. So now what we're going to do is get the player from the hit. So if hit.parent, then we need to get the player, and for that we need the player service. So I'll just say at the top players. We're going to go for our standard naming convention players is game : get service players. And then what I can do is say local player equals players : get player from character hit.parent. Now I'll just do one final check for if player then. So if the player does exist, then we're going to fire a remote event. So inside of our replicated storage, I'm going to add a folder, and I'll rename this to puzzle events. And this is where we're going to store all our remote events related to our puzzles. I'll add a remote event into here, and I'm going to rename it to hide block. You might want to go for a better name than hide block, because that is a bit standard. You could have multiple blocks, but I've only got one for this pressure plate here, so I'm just going to name it hide block, but just keep in mind that you want to keep your names relevant. You don't want to get confused. You don't want to look back at this and think, what does hide block mean? But that's just what I'll name it for now. It doesn't really matter. So now we need to access this. So we're going to need replicated storage, which will be equal to game : get service replicated storage. And now we need our puzzle folder. So puzzle folder is replicated storage : wait for child puzzle events. And we also need the hide block remote event, which is puzzle folder : wait for child hide block. Perfect. And then what we can just say is if the player exists, then we'll fire the hide block remote event on the client, passing in the player. Okay. Now we need to write the client code. So I'm going to add a local script into starter player scripts. And I'll rename this to something such as puzzle handler, and this will handle our puzzles on the client. So in here, we need to get that remote event again. So replicated storage is game : get service replicated storage. And what I'm going to do is, for ease, just copy it all from here. So I want the replicated storage, I want the puzzle folder, and I want the hide block remote event. I'm going to copy them from our server script and paste it into the local script, just to save us rewriting that code. Next, I want to get the block as well, the barrier block that we want to hide when we press the pressure plate. So I'll say block equals workspace, wait for child, pressure plate, wait for child, block. Now this isn't ideal, it's a bit long, we're chaining multiple wait for childs. So what I'm going to do is actually pass the block into the remote event. So when we fire the remote event on the server, I'm going to pass in another argument, and this is going to be block. So I'll say block equals plate dot parent dot block. Okay, because they're in the same model, I can do plate dot parent is the pressure plate model, dot block is the block inside of it, and then I will pass the block through the remote event. Okay, now I can remove that line, and next let's do our on client event. So hide block remote event dot on client event connect function, and of course we're taking that block now as a parameter, and we're just going to check if the block's can collide property is true. Then we want to make the block so we can walk through it and hide it, and then we'll wait say 5 seconds and then make it visible again. So if block dot can collide equals true, then make sure you're spelling can collide with an uppercase C and an uppercase C for collide as well. And I will also do if block is equal to nil, then return end, just so we don't run any code if the block doesn't exist. We can say block.can collide equals false, and then I'll just set the transparency to something like 0.8, so it's still visible, but harder to see. And then wait 5 seconds, just here replace the 5 seconds with however long you want it to be invisible for. And then we'll say block.can collide, we'll just copy this up here, paste it in. This will be .can collide equals true, and this will be .transparency equals 0, so that we can see it again. Okay, now what I'm also going to do is, the problem here is fine, this will work. However, if the player goes and stands inside of it, let me actually demonstrate this. So if we now test it, I touch the pressure pad, we can come into here, but it's going to go back to being visible and we're going to glitch out of it. So the can collide gets turned back on and then we glitch out of it and we can fall under the map. So we only want to enable it either if 5 seconds have passed or until the player stops touching it. So to do that, I'll add a variable called block can hide, and I'll set this to false. So this variable will be used to determine if the block can hide or not, or if it has to stay visible. And then after we wait 5, we'll say repeat wait until block can hide equals true. And then what we'll just do is when the touch event is fired on block, then we will say block can hide is false. And when touch ended is fired, so when the player stops touching it, we'll say block can hide equals true. So block.touched connect function, make our hit, but we're not going to use it, and we'll just say block can hide equals false. And then we'll also do another one, which will be block.touch ended connect function hit. And in here we'll say block can hide equals true. Now the problem we've got obviously is we don't have a block here, but we've got a block in here. So I actually didn't think this through. I'm going to revert to the original system. So I'll add a block variable here, and this is going to be equal to workspace wait for child pressure plate wait for child block. And then I'll remove the block that we pass in as an argument here, and I will also remove it from the server script. I didn't really think that one through. I kind of forgot about that, but that's okay. That's what scripting is all about, just seeing what works and what doesn't. Okay, obviously you want better naming categories. If this is going to be our main puzzle handler, having something named block is a bit dull, but it doesn't really matter. Okay then, now let's go and test it. So test here, and I'll test it. I'll touch the pad, I'll stand inside of it, wait 5 seconds, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's still not going back. As soon as I leave it, there we go, it enables. And if I don't touch it at all, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it should go back, there we go, it goes back to normal. Perfect. Okay then, finally, let's make a button combination. So I'm going to copy this pressure plate, and I'm going to drag it over to the yellow marker. Now for the yellow marker, I'll remove the plate because we don't need that anymore. And I will remove the pressure plate to buttons, to button combination. I'll rename that. Okay, now we've still got our block in here. To create the buttons, I'll just add 3 parts on the wall. Okay, so I've got my 3 buttons, just make sure they're anchored. And I'll put a click detector in each one. So add a click detector to each part. This is just so that we can detect clicks on the buttons. And to create a combination, I'll rename the parts to a number that matches the order they should be clicked in. For example, the middle button I will rename to 1. The first button, the leftmost button, I will rename to 2. And the third button I'll name 3. And this is the order they should be clicked in. So this means the combination should be middle, left, right. 1, 2, 3. So middle, left, right. Obviously, change this around to be how you want. And if you have 4 buttons, for example, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's quite self-explanatory. So let's group these buttons together just so we can keep track of where they are. I'll group these into a model named buttons and then put buttons inside a button combination. Okay, I'm going to add a script to the buttons model. And in here, we're going to need another remote event. So I'll duplicate our hide block remote event and rename this to update combination. And we'll use this to update the combination on the local script. But for now in the server script, we need our replicated storage. Again, I'm going to copy this from puzzle handler now. So we need our replicated storage in our puzzle folder. And then we're going to need an update combination remote event, which will be puzzle folder, wait for child, update combination. And then once we've got that, we need the model, the button model. So button model is script.parent. And we also need the buttons. So buttons is going to be button model, get children. So we're going to get all the children of the buttons of the button model. And these are the buttons that can be clicked. And we'll also have a script in here, but we'll sort that out later on. And now we'll loop through every single button. And we're going to add a mouse click event to the click detector of each button so that we can detect when they're clicked. So for I, button, in I pairs, buttons, 2. We're going to check if the buttons are base part because we've got the script as well. We don't want to check the script. We only want to add a mouse click to the button if it's a base part. We'll say if button is a base part, then we'll get the click detector. So local click detector is equal to button dot click detector. And make sure you spell click detector exactly as it's spelled as a child of your button. Okay, and then we'll say click detector dot mouse click connect. So make sure you've got mouse click spelled exactly like this, an uppercase M and an uppercase C, connect function, and we're going to pass in the player because the players automatically pass through as a parameter when the mouse click event fires, which is really helpful for us because then we can say update combination remote event fire client. We're going to pass in the player, button.name, and buttons. And you'll see why in a second. So remember that button.name and buttons. Now, in our puzzle handler script, let's actually add that remote event. So the update combination remote event, paste that in. And we also want to get that second block, so the block in our button combination. So I'm going to go for a revolutionary naming pattern here and name this block 2. Again, not a good name at all, but it will do. And it's going to be workspace, wait for child, what do we call this, button combination, wait for child, block. And then we're going to have block 2 can hide, which will be false. And we're also going to have a variable called entered combination, and this is the combination the player has entered. Okay, now let's do the on-client event for the update combination. So I'll say update combination remote event, dot on-client event, connect function. And in here, of course, we need that button name and the buttons, which is the table of buttons. And you'll see why we need these in a second. So first, for the button name, obviously we're going to get our entered combination, and we'll set that equal to entered combination dot button name. So we're going to concatenate the name of the button, which is 1, 2, or 3, and add that to our entered combination. If they enter the correct code, the combination would be 1, 2, 3, because that means they would press the buttons in that right order. So we can say, first of all, if string dot length entered combination is greater than or equal to 3, then. So once we've entered at least 3 things, then we're going to check if it's the correct code. If you have 4 characters, 4 buttons, then this would be a 4. If you have 5 buttons, this would be a 5, and so on. And then in here we'll say if entered combination, I could spell it, if entered combination is equal to string literal 1, 2, 3, just like this. Don't make it 1, 2, 3, it needs to be in strings. Okay, then, so if this is the case, if the combination is 1, 2, 3, it's correct. Because if you remember, my middle one is 1, the left is 2, the right is 3. So if I go middle, left, right, that'll be 1, 2, 3. So that'll create the correct combination here. If this is the correct combination, then we're going to do the exact same thing we did with the block up here. Paste that in. So we're going to set the can collide to false and the transparency. But of course, this will be block 2. My naming convention is incredible. This will be wait until block 2 can hide is true. And that is it there. After this if statement, we're going to set the entered combination back to an empty string. And what I'm going to do is just add an else into this if statement. So if the combination isn't correct, it's not 1, 2, 3. We're going to loop through each button for I, button in I pairs. Buttons do. If button is a base part, so again it's that exact same check because one of them will be a script. We'll say button dot brick color equals brick color dot red, and this will give us a red button. Now wait half a second and then say button dot brick color uppercase B uppercase C equals brick color dot grey and set it back to normal, and that will just make it flash red if it's the wrong combination. Now let's give this a go. So let's test here, and if I press 1, 2, 3, it flashes red, but they all come up one at a time. If I go 1, 2, 3 and press the right combination, then we can go into it. So we need to make sure they all flash red at the same time, not one after the other. To do that, we need to run this code simultaneously for all 3 buttons. We'll say task.spawn and wrap this in a function. If we do that, then we can cut this code and put it into the function. And now it will run it simultaneously. So now if we get it wrong, okay, it does it all at the same time. Perfect. Okay, the only thing left to do is the block can hide. So we're going to copy the 2 touch events from up here and paste them in down here and make this block 2, and block 2 can hide and block 2 can hide. Nice and easy. Now if we test here, go 1, 2, 3 and it'll be wrong, can't get in. Or I can go middle, left, right is correct. I can get in, collect the marker, and I don't get teleported out the box. The box won't go solid again until I leave it, and then it will. And if I get it wrong or get it correct, and I don't go in it, it will wait 5 seconds, and then it will go back to normal. Perfect. The only thing I want to do is hide the buttons if it's correct. So I'm just going to copy this for loop. I'm going to paste it into the if entered combination is correct. Loop through each button. Spawn. I'm going to make the buttons, make the transparency. So if I'll do button.transparency and I'll make it 0.8. And then copy that code again, paste it down here, and then make it 0. Okay, and that is about it. So now if we was to test it, if we get it wrong, the left, middle, right, okay, it flashes red. If I get middle, left, right, the buttons fade out as well. Okay, perfect. And then it will go back to normal. Perfect.
The first thing we need to do is create a new place. So go to Home, Asset Manager, Places, right click and click Add New Place. Now rename this to something appropriate. I will call it New Realm. Of course, it should match the theme of your game. Double click the new place and it will open up a second Roblox Studio tab. I will just clear the output you can now develop onto places. I won't waste time designing a new map, but make sure you give your new place some tender loving care. To add a new marker, we'll do the exact same as before. So I'm just going to go to the old place, and I'm going to copy the pink marker from the original place. So I'll go to workspace, find the pink marker, right click and copy it, and I will go to the new place. In the workspace, right click and hit paste into, and this will add it to the workspace. I'll press F on my keyboard just so I can find where it is, then I can drag it where I want it. I'm just going to place it in front of the spawn pad, and I'll rotate it so it's facing it, and I'll make this an earth marker. So I'll rename it to earth marker, and I'll make the color earth green, which is, if I go to brick color here, up here I have earth green, so I'll make it earth green. The problem we have now is there aren't any scripts in this place. We need to bring all the important assets from our original place to this place. In the original place, we want to select the index camera, the beams folder, the beam, the total markers, the error pop-up, show beam, show pop-up, update index, update selected, player tag, data store, leader stats, marker handler, product handler, tag handler, the error GUI, the index GUI, the marker found GUI, and the progress GUI, the beam handler, and the beam destroyer. I'm not going to include the puzzle stuff because I'm not going to add puzzles to the new place. You will also want to include the hide marker functionality if you still hide your markers. So this includes the hide marker script and the hide marker remote event. Right click one of these and just select copy. In the new place then, right click on replicated storage and hit paste into, and we need to sort through all of this. Drag the index camera and the beams folder into workspace. Drag the data store, leader stats, marker handler, product handler, and tag handler scripts into server script service. Drag beam destroyer into starter player scripts, and beam handler into starter character scripts. And finally, drag all of the GUIs, so this is the error GUI, the index GUI, the marker found GUI, and the progress GUI, into starter GUI. Now let's test this and see what happens. Okay, so I have an existing save with a bunch of stuff. Before we collect our marker, we can notice a few things. Our data from the other place has already loaded. This is good because it means we don't need to handle data transfer. The progress bar is only displaying one marker max and doesn't include markers from the other place. The tag above the player's head displays a maximum of one marker. The index doesn't display the new marker that we've added, and the index doesn't have any markers marked as found, despite having a few found on this save profile. And also, the button to purchase a beam isn't available on the index. If we click one of these, there's no button to buy a beam towards that marker. Now let's collect the marker. So it works, but we get an error because there's no corresponding marker in the index. If we leave and rejoin, the marker has saved, and we can't collect it again. Okay, so quite a lot of problems here. Let's look at fixing them. So open up the progress bar script under starter GUI, progress GUI, bar background, and the local script here. We can see that the total value is set to this total markers.value here. And we set the total markers value in the marker handler script. So let's open the marker handler script and find total markers, and we're setting that to the number of markers from the collection service. Now, unfortunately, there's no efficient method of tracking all the parts in both places. The easiest method is to set the total markers value manually. So we're going to remove this total markers equals replicated storage, wait for child, total markers line, and we'll also remove the total markers.value. We'll now need to manually set the total markers. So in the original place, I have 8 markers, and in the new place, I have 1 marker, which makes a total of 9. So I'll set the total markers value in replicated storage to 9. Now let's test this. If I press test and play, the progress bar correctly says 9 as our maximum. Now we need to do this exact same thing with the original place, and unfortunately it's one of these things where when you make a change in one place, you've got to come and make a change in all places. There's no easy way of transferring it across. So we'll just go back through the exact same steps. So in the marker handler script, we're going to remove this line and this line, close that up, And we'll go into replicated storage, total markers, and set the total to 9. Now we'll test it in the original place, and correctly it says 5 out of 9. Now it is incredibly important to remember to update this value in every single place every time you add a new marker. If I make an update with 5 new markers, I must remember to increase the total markers by 5 in all places. Not just the one where we added markers, but every single place in the game. Otherwise there'll be inconsistency. Okay, now let's fix the player tag. So in the new place, open up the tag handler script, and we will just set the number of tags to the total markers set in replicated storage. So where we have number of tags is the number of collection service. I'll just change this to replicated storage, wait for child, total markers, dot value. And we can actually get rid of the collection service line up here now as well, because we're no longer using the collection service in this script. So now let's hit test and see what happens. Perfect. Now we need to do this exact same thing in the original place again. Now, if you don't want to keep coming back and forth, the easiest way to do it, just right click the tag handler script, copy it, go into the other place, find the server script service, and I'll right click and hit paste into. We now have 2 tag handlers. Just delete the original one and it will kind of overwrite it. I'll close up the asset manager too, and then we'll just test it in the original place. 5 out of 9, perfect. Okay, we need to add the item to the index. So in the new place, open the index GUI, find the background and make it visible, and open the scrolling frame. Select a viewport frame, it can be any, and just duplicate it. I'll rename this to my marker name, which is Earth Marker, and I'll update the name label to also say the name of my marker, which is Earth Marker. Duplicate the marker in the workspace and make it a child of the new viewport frame. I can delete the attachment from inside of this marker too. We don't need the attachment in the viewport frame. I can go to the blue marker, copy the position property of the existing marker and paste it into the new one. And then I can delete the original. And I just need to play around with the rotation so the decal is facing the right way. I believe that's 180. Yep, perfect. Now open the load chosen script, and we need to add a hint and description for the Earth marker. So I'll copy my purple marker here, add a comma at the end, and paste this in. I'll make this Earth marker. I'll make this say something like an Earth representation. And this will be found only in a new realm. Now we can test this. So I will just make the background invisible again. So I'll just do the exact same for the original place. Now again, I don't want to keep copying code. So all I'm going to do is copy the entire index GUI, go back to the original place, paste the index GUI into starter GUI and delete the original. And now if I test it in here, perfect, I have the Earth marker. Now we need to make sure that the markers we've found in other places are updated in this place. And a major problem is in our leader stat script. We loop through all the markers only in this specific place and add a marker value for each marker. We want to loop through all the markers in every place. As I mentioned earlier, this isn't possible, so we need a workaround. One way to do this is a marker registry, and this is a time-consuming process, but it is worth it in the long run, especially if you have multiple places. So inside of replicated storage, we're going to add a module script, and I will rename this to marker registry. And this is going to contain a list of the names of all our markers. I'll rename this module to marker registry, and I will return marker registry. And in this table, this will be our original place data, and this will just list all the names of the markers from our original place. I have blue marker, comma, I have green marker, comma, and I'm just going to keep copying this for every single one. Okay, so that's all my markers. I've got my new realm here as well with all the markers from the new realm. It is incredibly important every single one here is spelt correctly, otherwise it will not work, and you may not get an error either. Now in our leader stat script, rather than looping through like this, at the very top, let's get our marker registry. So we don't need the collection service anymore because we don't need to get our tagged markers, but instead we're going to need replicated storage. So let's get the replicated storage, and we also need the marker registry. So I can say marker registry equals require
replicated storage, wait for child, marker registry. Whenever we access a module script, we need to use the require keyword. I have a video going into a bit more detail on module scripts, which I'll leave linked in the description if you want to check that out. And now, rather than looping through markers, we can loop through the marker registry. And rather than doing markers i.name, we can do markers registry I. And we don't need the .name because the I, the index, let's, for example, say we're on the third index, is this orange marker here. It's just orange marker. .name isn't a property of this. It's just the orange marker. It's just a string. So we can just say marker registry I. Now if we test this, we can see that the markers are updated in the index. If we was to go and collect the found marker, it's now updated in here. The only problem is our data store script has got a bit collided where we've been testing this. So we've got 6 found. We'd already collected the earth marker earlier and it hadn't updated. We had to collect it again, so it hadn't saved. And the reason it hadn't saved is because all the values weren't being created in our player folder. But now they are because of our new addition. We've got all the markers here. Whereas before, we tested it in here and it would have just been the earth marker like this, which means all the other saved data wouldn't have actually saved. So none of these will be marked as found. So you've got a couple of options. You can reset the data store, or you can click this icon up here to toggle the server view, hit players, go to markers, select every single marker, and just set them all to false, so you've not found any markers. Go to leader stats and set found to 0. And this will essentially reset all your data. And then just click that button again and you come back to the test. And now if I touch this, I collect it, this says 7 out of 9. But if we were to stop it and then restart it, it'll say 1 out of 9. Perfect. Our data is now back to the point where we can test. And we've not had to reset everyone's data, only our own. Okay, now we need to repeat this for the original place. So I will copy everything that we've changed, which is the marker registry and the leader stats. So I'll copy both of them, go to the original place and paste it in to server script service, delete the original leader stats, and I'll put the marker registry into replicated storage. Now if we test it in here as well, so we've got our 1 found, and earth marker is marked as found now. And if I go and collect, for example, this green marker, it gets marked as found in here too. Now, of course, the problem is that our find and our beams. So finally, we just need to fix the beams. I'll go back to the new place and hit play, and you can see that green is marked as found. So let's open up the load chosen script, which is under the scrolling frame. And we can see on line 55, repeat wait until. So the reason why in our new realm we don't see the button to purchase the beam is because the marker's never found. The earth marker is the only marker that exists in our workspace, so we can't wait until it exists. So in the chosen frame, I'm going to duplicate the hint label and rename it to error label. And I will just copy all the properties of the find button, which is the size and position, and paste it into the error label, just so we've kind of got a label that covers where the button would be. Okay, and I would change the text and color. So I make the color a kind of red color. I'm going to change the text to say this marker is in another place, just so the user knows that the marker's in another place. And now I can say chosen error equals chosen frame dot error label. Okay, and now when we set everything to true, we want to set the error label to false. What did I actually name it? I can't remember. I've just named it. I've already forgotten. Chosen error. I'll rename this to error label. Makes more sense. So we'll set the error label to visibility of false because we don't want it to be visible by default. And then rather than repeating wait, we'll get rid of that line and just say if marker then. So if the marker isn't nil, then we'll fire the update selected remote event, passing in the marker. Otherwise, we'll make the error label dot visible property set to true. And then if the found label text is set to not found and the error label dot visible is false, then we're going to show the chosen purchase button. Otherwise, we will not show it at all. Okay, now we can't test it because I've already found this marker. So I'll do that same thing again. Pause it, go into the markers and just set the earth marker to not found. And then I'll roll my found value back by 1. Now if I untoggle the server, the progress bar is out of sync, but that's fine. When we reload, it will sync back up. Now if I click on everything else, I can't see anything.
I will actually need to restart because the index is also out of sync. So just retest again. Now if we open it, there we go, not found. So everything doesn't work. If I click the earth marker, it says find. I can hit find and buy this. Okay, and then the thing pops up. Now if I stop, what I'm going to do is just copy the index GUI now, because that's what we've updated. I'll copy the index GUI, go into the other place and paste the new one in, and delete the original. And now if I test it in the original place, my beam obviously doesn't show and I don't get any errors for the earth marker. But if I click on one of the markers in here, for example the orange marker, and hit buy, it shows up. And if I buy another one, let's go for the pink marker, that one also shows up, and I'll just go and actually collect the pink marker just to show that they still disappear, and they do. And now I will press stop. I'll go back to the other place, and we don't have the beam for the pink marker, but we still have the one for the earth marker. Okay, now we just need a way to send the player from one place to another. So I'll create a part in the original place that teleports the player to a new place when it's touched. I'll just add a part, and I'm going to put it somewhere, make it look nice. Okay, so I've just made this part here, and I've named it new realm pad. I'll add in a script, and in here we need to get the teleport part, so which I'll set to script.parent, and then we'll say teleport part dot touched :connect function passing in our hit, just a typical, and then we need to get the player from the hit. So we'll get players, so we'll say players equals game :get service players, and then I'm sure you've noticed by now we can just do local player equals players :get player from character hit.parent. If the player exists, then, and then we'll teleport the player, and for that we need teleport service. We say teleport service is game :get service teleport service. Then we'll just say teleport service :teleport, passing through the place ID of the place we want to teleport to. To get that, open up our assets, go to our places, find the place we want to teleport to, which is the new realm, right click that and copy the ID to the clipboard. Then I can say place ID equals, and this ID here, pass through the place ID and then the player we want to teleport. Okay, perfect. And if we just do the exact same, so I'll copy the pad, go to the new place, right click the workspace and paste it in, and just drag it over somewhere. Just here will do. And I'll rename this to original pad, and this will teleport us back to the original place. So I'll open up the asset manager, go to places, find the original place, right click it, copy the ID, paste the ID into here. Wonderful. If we now try and test this, I'll do test here, we notice a problem. If we touch it, it's not anchored, but it doesn't teleport us, and that's because you cannot teleport in Roblox Studio. So in both places, we need to publish the game. So I'm going to hit File, Save to Roblox, File, and Publish to Roblox. And in the original place, I'll also do the same. File, Save to Roblox, and File, Publish to Roblox. And then wait for it to say in the output, it's done, which it is, there we go. We need to do a questionnaire to make our game playable, but just for us to test it should be alright. So find your game in the Roblox dashboard and then launch it up in actual Roblox. You will be able to play it without filling out the questionnaire because you're the creator of the game. If you publish it, you will need to do the questionnaire, but I'm not going to go into that. It's out of the scope of this video. If I now touch this pad, give it a second, and it should teleport us. There we go. And there we are. Now we're in the other place. And now if I try and teleport back, hit the pad, give it a second, and it'll teleport us to the original place. Perfect. In this video, I will show you how to create a simple settings menu for your Find the Marker Roblox game. I'll only show you how to hide and show players in this video, as this is the main setting in many of these games. However, by the end of the video, you will have the foundations to add your own settings. There are many forums out there and videos for game settings, but if you want me to make anything specific, just let me know in the comments and I'll have a look into creating a video on that specific feature. I'm also only going to work in the original place because it's a bit of a pain having to do it all in a video, but make sure that any changes or anything you add into this original place, you copy and paste over into all your other places, which we covered in the previous video. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a settings GUI. So I'm going to open my starter GUI. I will open up the index, and what I'm going to do is duplicate the index GUI, and I'll rename this to settings GUI. I don't want to spend loads of time designing GUI, so I'll just copy what we already have. I'll make the background visible. I'm going to move the toggle button over to the right of the index, and it looks a little bit silly because it's not exactly centered, but again, I'm not going to play around with it. And I will just make this text say the letter S for settings. What I'll also do is if I go in the background, I will keep everything, but I'm going to remove the chosen frame. I'm going to keep the scrolling frame. I'll remove the text box, and I'll make the scrolling frame go right to the top, and then drag it all the way across too, so it takes up the entire area. If I open up the scrolling frame, I'm going to remove everything but one of the markers, so I'll keep the yellow one just so I've got some UI to work with. I'm going to remove the UI grid layout, and I'll remove the yellow marker as well actually, and I'll delete the load chosen script. Just make sure this toggle button works, which it will do. Close all my scripts up here. Okay, now what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to add a text label with a button next to it, or two buttons to toggle on and off. So I will add in to the scrolling frame a text. I'll add a frame, and I'll rename this frame to, I'm going to make this the invisibility setting. I'll set the size to 1010 and then just scale it up. Now the only thing I will say is because we don't have a UI grid layout, the scrolling frame isn't going to automatically scale. So you could add a list layout and make it a list. Or if I duplicate this, for example, and I have one down here, just off the screen, you can go onto the scrolling frame, find the canvas size, and play around with the Y scale. So if we make this 2, then we can scroll down double what we already have, and just play around with this until it's perfect. So 1.3 is pretty good. But for now, I'll leave mine at 0, 0, 0, 0. Just because I'm not going to be scaling anything, I'm not going to be making this scroll, but we're going to use a scrolling frame in case you have loads of settings. Now I'm going to design the text label and buttons, and I'll get back to you once I've done that. Here we go, so this is my UI. It doesn't look good at all. It looks quite sloppy, but it doesn't matter to me. Again, I'm not going to care too much about how my UI looks, but do put some effort into it. So all I've done then is in the invisibility setting, I've just made the background transparency 1. So we can't see it, and this kind of acts as a parent frame so that everything's grouped into one frame. That's all this serves as a purpose. The toggle button is just a button. I duplicated the toggle button down here, put it into here, and just played around with it. It's got UI corner, UI stroke, and the text label just says player visibility. Now it's not proportionate, it doesn't look too good at all, but it will do. I could scale this out, which is what I will do here. It just adds that a little bit more of effect. What we need to do now then is add a button into the UI, add a local script, and I'm going to name this toggle players. And we want to make all the players disappear and reappear. So there is a couple of ways of doing this. We can use a built-in method to hide players, or we can make our own. And we're going to make our own because then we can play around with decals and accessories too. So what we'll do is, first of all, we're going to need players. We're going to need the player service. So game::get service players. And we're also going to need the local player. We can say player is players dot local player. Let's also get the button, which is script.parent. And when the button's clicked, so button.mouseButton1 click, :connect function, we are going to loop through every single player in the game and hide each player, apart from the local player. So for player in pairs, players, :get players, we're going to check if the player name is equal to the current player's name. If it is, we don't want to hide them. If the name of the player we're looking at is equal to the name of the local player, and just so we don't get confused, I'm going to name this local player up here, and this will just be player. So local player is the player who presses the button. Player is the current player we're looping through and looking at. So if the names match, we don't want to hide them.
because otherwise they're going to hide their own character. So if player.name is not equal to local player.name, then we can hide them, only if the names don't match. So we want to loop through every single child in the player's character. So let's get the player's character. So local character is player.character, and we'll loop through every single item in the character. So for j, child in I pairs, and we'll do character gets children do, and you might actually want to do get descendants, because we want to loop through, even if there's parts inside of parts, we want to loop through everything. Okay, and I'm using j here because we've already used I. If the child is a part, so if child is a part, or I'm going to use base part because that covers mesh parts too, then we'll set the transparency to 1. So child.transparency equals 1. Okay, now let's come out of this and just test that this works. So obviously it's not going to work on one player, so we need to test a server. So what I'll do is do a server and clients. I'll do 2 players and hit play. Okay, so when I press the on button, or the toggle button it should be, it actually hides the player, but we can still see their player GUI. So let's go inside the workspace, inside of the player, and we can see they've got all of these parts with a transparency of 1. And the reason we don't see the hair is because it has a handle, which is just a mesh part, and that gets set to a transparency of 1. We don't see anything related to the humanoid, because there is no head for it to be displayed on. However, under the head, where we have the player tag, that is still enabled. So if we stop the server, go back into our toggle players script, we'll say else if child is a, and we're looking for some sort of GUI. In our case, the player tag, if we actually go into replicate storage, we can see the player tag is a billboard GUI. So if the child is a billboard GUI, then child.enabled equals false. We just want to disable any billboard GUIs. We'll see this enabled property. If that's set to false, we can't see it. Now let's actually toggle it on and off. So this is to toggle player visibility off. If we want to toggle it on, we need to do the exact same code. So we can say function toggle player visibility, or just toggle visibility. And I'm going to cut all of this code and paste it in here. Now we're going to take a state, and if the state is true, that means we're going to toggle it on. We want everything to be visible. We'll copy all of this code, paste it in, and we'll just reverse it basically. Child.transparency will be 0. Child.enabled will be true. And then we'll just say else. And we'll copy all of this code, cut it in fact. So I'll cut that, paste it into here. And now we've got a function that handles this logic for us. Now we can just call in here toggle visibility, and we need true or false. Now, how can we understand if it's true or false? Well, I think we should use a text. So by default, it's going to say player visibility on, which means we can see other players. If the text says on, so we can just do if button.text equals on, then I think it's on in all capital letters. Let me double check. Yes, so I've made my text say on, I think, on. Yep. So just whatever you've set it to, so on in all uppercase for me. However you've designed it, obviously this will be different if you've changed the text to say something else. But if the text says on, then I will toggle the visibility, passing in true. Otherwise, I'm going to toggle the visibility, passing in false. And we also want to update the button text. So if we're setting it to true, I'm then going to say button text, button.text equals, and this will be off. And here I'll say button.text equals on, just so we can alternate between the two. And in here, a lot of repeated code. So I'm going to remove this if state true and just keep one for loop. And just backspace everything, just so it's in line. There we go. So make sure it looks exactly like this. I'm going to rename state to enabled, and I'm going to add a new parameter, which will be transparency. So I'll say child.transparency equals transparency, child.enabled equals enabled. Okay, and when we pass through true, instead I'm going to pass in true, and I'm going to pass in 0, because we want to make everything visible, so we want transparency to be 0. Otherwise, I'm going to pass in false and 1. Now, if we test this, here we go. So I've got a player over here. If I press off, it doesn't exactly work. If I press on, it does. So we've got a bit of a glitch going on here. Let's have a look. Okay, so these are the wrong way around. This should be false and 1, and this should be true and 0, because we want them to be the other way around. So if the button text is on and we press it, we want it to turn off. If the button text is off and we press it, we want it to turn on. Okay, now let's test it again. So we see somewhere, here we go, the other player, just here. If I press on, there we go, the player hides now completely. And if I press back on, we see they become visible. The only problem is their humanoid root part becomes grey. And there's a reason for this. It's a really easy fix. So if we open up the toggle players, first of all, let's just press play on a single player and find our player's character, which is just here, and go to their humanoid root part. The transparency of the humanoid root part is already 1, so we don't want to set the transparency of the humanoid root part to 0 when we enable it. So what I'm going to do is, after if child is a base part, then we'll say if child.name is not equal to humanoid root part, then we'll set the child transparency to transparency. If it is a humanoid root part, we just want to completely ignore it. We're not interested in it. So now let's test it one more time. Okay, so where's the other player? They are just here. If I press the on button, they completely hide, and back on, there we go. And now the humanoid root part isn't. In this video, I'm going to show you how to add a difficulty to our index in our Find the Marker Roblox game. It's quite a simple one. So I'm going to open up the background here, just make it visible. And we need a way of indicating what difficulty markers are going to be. And we need a way of ordering them by layout. So let's get all the easy markers for now. So I'm going to start with my easy markers, which are going to be all the ones which I can easily get. Purple, salmon, orange, green, and red. So I'm going to find my purple marker, and I'm going to set the layout order to 1. Then my next one is the salmon marker, and I'll set the layout order to 2. And you'll see what this does in a second. The orange marker, I'm going to set the layout order to 3. And in fact, because these are all the same difficulty, I'll actually just set them all to 1. So my purple, my orange, my salmon, my red, and what was the other one, green. I'm going to set the layout order to 1 on all of those. Now I'll get all my moderate difficulties. So that will be my earth marker. Because it's easy to find, it's just in another place. And I'll put the layout order of 2 on there. And then I'll get the other markers, the hard ones, which will be my blue, my yellow, and what was the other one that I've not got? Was it what's this one here? Pink. There we go. And I'll make these a layout order of 3. So now we've got the first 5, which are easy, the earth is medium, and the last 3, which are hard. Now I need a way of portraying the difficulty of these. All I'll do is color code. So I'm going to get my purple, my orange, my salmon, my red, and my green. And I'll make these a background color of a kind of a greeny color. I don't want to do it so green that when it's found, the green will overlay. I'll go for something like this. It doesn't look amazing, but it will do. I'm going to get the earth marker and set this to a sort of yellow. And I'll go for the last 3, so my blue, my yellow, and my pink, and make these a sort of a red. Now if I press play, I've got these markers, and if I search for one, for example P, they both come up. We've got the hard and the medium here. And of course I could add an extra label. In fact, let's do that as well, just in case anyone wants that. So I'm going to go into our load chosen. The pink marker is a hard marker. So this is going to be hard. The orange marker is easy. And I'll just fill these in and get back to you once I've done them. Okay, so I've added all of these easy, moderate, and hards. And now
I'm going to add a new label to our chosen frame. So in the chosen frame, I'll make everything visible. And I'll need to fit this in somewhere. I don't really have anywhere to fit it in. So I'm going to squeeze up the hint label, duplicate it and drag it down. And this will be the difficulty label. I'll just change the template text to say difficulty. And I'll probably size it down as well. I mean, it is scaled at the minute, but if I just size this down and then I can size the hint up a little bit. Just a bit of GUI design. And now I'll hide everything again. So hide all of these little bits here. Make the visible false. Hitting the load chosen then. We'll get the chosen difficulty. Chosen difficulty equals chosen frame dot difficulty label. And now I can say chosen difficulty dot text equals marker info. This will be clone dot name, and we need the third item in the table. And down here we can say chosen difficulty dot visible equals true. Okay, now if we try it, I can click on any, and it will come up with the difficulty as well, which is nice. And I can search P. I've got the easy and the hard. Perfect. So that is all it is for difficulty. Of course, it depends how you want to design it. And you can make it as complicated or as easy as you want it to be, really. Feel free to play around with your GUI. That is all I'm going to show you for this difficulty. It's very simple. It's all about layout order. So coming back to the layout order. The higher the layout order, the lower down it's displayed. And the lower the layout order, the closer it is displayed to the beginning. It just changes the order of the layout, basically. Now, my Find the Marker series, we covered a range of videos, including many that were suggested by our viewers. We started by setting up the project, giving you an understanding of creating Roblox experiences. Second, we covered the most fundamental part to any game, data. Most games have some form of data being stored about players, and we looked at creating a leader stat script, and I even gave you an insight into the collection service. Next, I demonstrated the most important part to our game, which is collecting markers. We dived into collection service, touch events, remote events, and all the other features necessary to make this work. In the fourth episode, you learn how to use GUI to display a pop-up on the screen when a marker is collected. This was a video suggested by our viewers. After that, we explored data stores to save and load data in our game. In the sixth episode, I demonstrated the process of creating billboard GUIs and assigning them to players, displaying how many markers they have collected. This was another suggested video that wasn't originally planned, but it made a great addition to the final project. Seventh, you learnt how to create an index system. We then covered some bug fixes in the eighth episode to ensure everything ran as smoothly as possible for all our users. Next, I showed you how to award a badge when a player collects a marker. After this, I was given so many suggestions and it expanded the series so much, something I'm very grateful to you all for, as I never would have had this many ideas on my own. I did a video on animating the marker pop-up, followed by a video on keeping the markers visible. Then I had a suggestion regarding a developer product, which the player can purchase and it reveals where a marker was. This was a challenge, as I'd never done something like this before, but I love a good challenge, and the system I came up with, I think it works pretty well. But I am always open to feedback, so if you have any feedback about that system, please do let me know. Following this, I finished the series off by completing a few more suggestions, including a search bar in the marker index, a progress bar of the markers the player has found, a few different puzzles that the player can complete to unlock a marker, multiple places the player can teleport between to find different markers, a settings menu with an option to toggle player visibility, and finally a difficulty indicator in the index for each marker. And that's it for my Find the Marker series. What a journey it has been. Thank you all so much for your support and your suggestions, and I will be opening a feedback forum in our Discord server, which you can find the link to in the description, along with more information about the server. I would really appreciate it if you could leave me some feedback about how the series went, anything you're happy with, anything you wish I could have improved. I will factor all of these into future videos and series, making sure every video I make is better than the last. Thanks again, and I will see you in the next video.